Okay, good morning. I'm going to call the meeting to order this morning. Announce that we have blue cards available just outside of the boardroom, and a member of the Public Association wishes to address the board about an item on the agenda. Please be sure to complete the blue card indicating the items on the agenda that you wish to address, and hand and complete the card to a staff to my right here. Again, it's just items on the agenda. We're going to start off with Pledge of Allegiance. I get Mr. Murray to give us Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to have some opening comments by Superintendent Hoffman.
All right, welcome everybody. I'm glad you were able to join us today. Actually, a kind of packed agenda with some topics that I think will be of great interest to the board, and the staff is excited to be able to share the information with you. So we'll jump in first with the governor's budget, and it's a interesting budget. Obviously, new governor, and first time for him to go through the process, so there is a little bit of a wait and see of what he was going to do with the January proposal. And there's also a little bit of hesitation in that we don't know how close his January proposal will end up being reality in May. The one thing about Governor Brown, he was very consistent in what showed up in January was very close to what happened in May. So this will be a little bit of a different dynamic. But Ms. Hayes will share some information that we received from school services, along with a couple of our takes. But it was a great presentation as far as the quality of the presentation by the governor, the depth of knowledge across a wide array of topics, which was interesting. Oftentimes, as good as Governor Brown was, he often turned things over to staff to run through some of the details, and Governor Newsom very clearly understood a wide range of topics and was able to speak to them. After that presentation, we'll break and we'll go into closed session. Opportunity to give you some updates on some things going with regards to employee situations, and then as we're working through the negotiation process, the impact of the governor's budget, we can talk a little bit about that with you as well. Take a break, come back out, and we have our ed specifications. The dream team is back, and they will be here to share their recommendations with regards to the work we're doing in putting together a really robust plan that will give the guidelines for the work that we do in modernizing schools, as well as building new schools in the future. And then we'll do an update with regards to preschool and the wide range of programs that we offer. One thing that you'll see in the governor's budget, and that Governor Newsom spoke to during the campaign and appears to be following through as governor, is early education is high on his priority list. So that, I think, in the end, one of his key ideas is that if we intervene with students as early as possible, the opportunities to close the opportunity gap and achievement gap down the road increases dramatically, and I'm in a similar thought process with that, so that'll be interesting as well. Also, I'm going to hear a safety and security update and recommendations. We've been working through this for a few months now, and I think we have a plan moving forward that's a modification to what we currently do, but I think it responds to the needs of our schools, the safety of our kids and our staff, and also you can clearly see responding to things and information and feedback we received from the community. So I think it's a good recommendation. Look forward to that. And then we'll continue the conversation with regards to discipline. We've continued to do work there with our community team, as well as with our site principals and district teams, and we'll have an update with regards to that. So again, really good topics. I think it'll be a worthwhile day, and I thank everybody for taking the time to be here.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to public comments or bargaining units? Ms. Maggie? Nice to see you. Okay. Without that, we'll go to the governor's budget and that's what we want to do.
Good morning, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. On January 11th, several of us attended a workshop by School Services, and today we're going to give you kind of an overview of what they went over with us, and then we have a couple of pieces of information on what that actually looks like for Elk Grove. We have not had an opportunity yet to actually push these adjustments into our budget. What you will see at second interim in our multi-year projection will be those adjustments that are proposed in the governor's budget with the exception of special ed. And I'll go over why that is when we get to that piece. So of the themes for the governor's budget, we talked about the economy. It continues to outperform expectations. The growth in Proposition 98 is meager, although the state revenues are outpacing the forecast. So that's important for us because Prop 98 is a minimum guarantee. And so what we'll see in here as we go forward are the rates that are built into law as far as how much we get reimbursed per student and what that looks like for us. LEAs will continue to face budget challenges as the LCFF flattens. What that means is without a change to our base rates in both the base, supplemental, concentration, we only live off of COLA. And for us, for our district, that becomes a challenge because currently it doesn't pace along with step and column and healthcare increases and STRS and PERS adjustments. The education budget contains some new proposals, specifically early childhood education, and accountability remains a top priority as the California dashboard and other metrics continue to evolve. As far as the California economy, it continues to grow but at a slower rate. It relies on three factors, which is job growth, increased wages, and contained inflation. And the budget assumes steady job growth and a more balanced distribution of wages increases across for all workers. When we look at Prop 98, the minimum guarantee is at $80.7 billion. $2.8 billion is a 3% increase from last year's revised state budget. I apologize, so sorry. The minimum guarantee has declined in the 2018 Budget Act for both 17-18 and 18-19. This is due to lower than anticipated ADA year over year and a decline in the general fund revenue growth from 17-18 to 18-19. However, funding remains level due to maintaining $44 million over appropriation from 17-18 and using settle-up payments to offset unfunded 18-19 obligations. Looking at the Prop 98 values year over year, 13-14 in the middle of the chart, that was the first year implementation of LCFF. As we grow over time, the difference between 13-14 and 14-15, we had an increase of 13.7%, and then you can see it flattens. Then we had another uptick in 16-17 to 17-18 of about 5.4%, and then it's flattened out since, and so we're now hovering at about 3.7%. And we expect that to continue to grow at that same rate. Just to review on our cap of district reserves, Proposition 2 was passed in the Rainy Day Budget Stabilization Fund Act that included a state rainy day fund, which means that districts then had to not have an excess of reserves. There's 4 different tests that happen to know if we're met or not met. Currently, the ADA and COLA is not met in this scenario, so therefore districts are not held to the cap currently. For the local control funding formula, the state proposes $2 billion towards LCFF to fund the 3.46 COLA. So that COLA is proposed in the January budget is higher. It's just shy of 1%. So the original budget projection we had was 2.57%, so that's great for us. It brings the LCFF funding up to $63 billion from $61. And then in 1920, the growth provides an average increase per pupil of an estimated 343 per ADA, or 3.37%. So we're a little bit less than average, and I believe our estimate is more in the neighborhood of $350, so a little bit higher than this. And that's because we don't get the targeted instruction improvement grant or the economic recovery target. We only have the transportation add-on. So these are the rates going forward. So in the first column, the 18-19 base grant, those are the rates that we continue to push and want to have increases. Currently, there's legislation that's been introduced back and forth about changing those rates. But you can see that's where we are today, the 3.46 COLA. So for 1920 school year, our base grant for K3 would be $7,717, 4 through 6 was $7,833, and so on. As we go forward, there are grade span adjustments. The first one is for grades K through 3, and that's a 10.4% increase so that districts can be at 24 to 1 in those grades. We are already at 24 to 1, so we will earn that full $803. And then for grades 9 through 12, there's a 2.6% increase in recognition of CTE coursework. Then going forward to supplemental concentration, we get an additional 20% on our unduplicated pupil percentage, and then another 50% for our same unduplicated percentage if we're above 55%, which we are. We are at 56.17%. And then this is what it looks like for our total LCFF revenue. So our funded rate per ADA is $9,762. That includes your base, supplemental, and concentration. Our projected ADA is $60,210 for a total projected revenue of $587 million. That's an additional $5 million to our budget for a total estimated of a new ongoing revenue of $21 million. So in our NYP previously, we had $16 million built into that. For CalSTRS, we're very, very excited to see that there was an adjustment made outside of Prop 98 of $3 billion. This is going to reduce what our projected rate increase was by about 1% for fiscal years 1920 and 2021. And then the governor proposed another $2.3 billion towards the liability, which then would reduce the rate going forward by about 0.5%.
Shannon, can I just check in real quick? So just for the board, one of the things that you'll see in this budget, and this is one of the first indicators of this, for years we've been making the argument at the state level that Prop 98 was designed to be a minimum. It was designed to be the floor for school funding. As much as Governor Brown did for us over the years, his view of 98 was that 98 was really a ceiling, and that was the max you were able to get. So what you used to see him do is within Prop 98 dollars, he would have special things that he would want done, and so he would divide us and give us one-time dollars within what we were owed in Prop 98. But he would say, but I want you to do this with this, or I want you to kill two birds with one stone, mandated costs and textbooks, whatever you have to do. But he always did it within the existing Prop 98 dollars that we were entitled to anyway. This is one of the first opportunities for the new governor to do something outside of 98. So this $3 billion is dollars that's coming from the general fund, not dollars that were that school districts are automatically entitled to. And so the second piece, so the idea that he's going outside of 98 is an indicator that he doesn't see it as a ceiling. He sees it as the beginning place for education, which is a huge, huge shift. The other piece is putting $3 billion into a pension system. This is one of those times where putting money, one-time money, up front early, pays off for the next 30 years, because that money is going to continue to grow in the investment market over the next 30 years. So if they were to say, we're going to do $3 billion, but we're going to do $100,000 each year for the next however many years that would take, that would be a dramatically different thing than putting a lump sum into the pension system up front. So again, this one is really exciting. Two fronts, it's pension, it's up front, big dollars, and it is outside of 98. So I just want to make sure the board's clear about that. Thank you.
So this chart shows you the rates of where we are. So the top bar, Assembly Bill 1469, the green one, those are the rates that were built into our multi-year projection. And the orange bar is the proposal that's in the January budget, and you can see in fiscal year 1920, the original rate was 18.13 and it's dropping to 17.1, so about a 1% savings.
So one other thing I'll say, just as a, now my whiny hat's going to go back on. So we're really thankful for going from 18% to 17%, and from 19% to 18%, and from 18.6% to 18.1%. But those are still huge numbers that districts are responsible for as far as contribution to STRS. Back in the days when we paid single digit, in the 8 to 10 range, now we're happy that we're being dropped from 18% to 17%. So I just want to make sure we don't lose that piece. We're thankful, but it's still a huge part of the budget that we weren't spending previously.
So currently that value of 1% is approximately $2.7 million. And again, that will be adjusted in our multi-year projection that you will see at second interim. One of the things that Governor Newsom has not done that Governor Brown did was fund one-time things. So the last several years, Governor Brown had set aside, you can see as much as $530 per ADA that they referred to as discretionary grant funds. And that was an attempt to reduce the liability of unpaid mandates. So the last year that we will see this is $184 per ADA for fiscal year 18-19, and then we do not see that proposed in his budget going forward. We do still have the mandate block grant, of which our district has continued to participate in, and that is ongoing. It's approximately $2 million for us, and you can see there for school districts we get reimbursed $33.24 for grades K-8 and another $61.90 for grades 9 through 12. One of the big proposals and a lot of conversation that happened at the school services workshop was surrounding early care and education. Governor Newsom set aside $2.4 billion in programs and services. Nearly all of them are funded with non-prop $98. Another proposal was full-day kindergarten. There's $750 million set aside to address facility barriers. It's estimated that statewide there's an estimate of 750 new classrooms and another 1,400 that would need to be retrofitted in order to accomplish this. And then they talked about full-day preschool, and this one was interesting. So we do have state preschool here in our district. We currently do not run full-day program. I know that it was a pilot in our Head Start program, which is its sister federal program. We're leaning towards that. But there's a lot of unused slots across the state. So those are being redirected to non-LEAs for them to participate to do full-day preschool programs and part-day preschool programs. So that's another $422 million.
So there's a big fight that will happen in Sacramento related to early childhood ed between LEAs who provide services to preschool and non-LEA providers of preschool services. So this one, there'll probably be more tension around this and more energy around this than we might think, in that the non-LEA providers do not want to get pushed out of the business and have this all turned over to school districts. They have carved out their their business model, and they want to make sure that that exists as well. So they have a very strong lobby, and just know that this is one that's going to go back and forth for a while.
Mr. Chair, if I can add something to that, there's kind of two sides to this effort to expand full-day preschool and full-day kindergarten. That's the money on the operational side and the money on the facility side. What the superintendent mentions is particularly important on the facility side, because the proposals as they stand right now would give state money to, in some cases, private entities to serve kids in a state program. So there are some concerns there, right? It's similar to what happens with charter schools. If the charter school gets state money for a facility and then somehow that public money ends up in somebody's personal pocket. So there's a lot of wrinkles to that. There was something else I was going to say, but I forgot. Yeah.
And if I may, just while we're talking about the all-day kindergarten piece, so Superintendent Hoffman and I, in our work with Bob Blattner, who's been just doing great work for us thus far in this new legislative cycle, allowed us to interact with the LAO's office, and they had a series of questions for us. So just to kind of give the board perspective, although we appreciate the governor earmarking non-prop $51 and non-prop $98 for facilities funding, we gave them a lot of information to go back and think about. And so things that we don't consider, that wasn't considered, with Miss Ellis in the room, obviously, negotiating the impacts and the change of working condition for our current kindergarten teachers who are already working a 7.5-hour day and providing services to their AM or PM colleague depending on when they have students in the classroom. That's something that has to get worked through. Food services is going to be impacted now because all of those students are going to be receiving an additional meal that they currently don't receive. So more food, more staff. Most of our multi-purpose rooms are already impacted during breakfast and lunchtime, not only with regard to the physical limitations of the multi-purpose room, but the supervision of those students. So perhaps additional yard duties or campus supervisors will be required to oversee those students when they're eating. There's going to be impacts of transportation possibly. Right now we have the opportunity, because of the AM/PM schedule where home to school is provided, to bring those students to campus or take them home in times when we're already not busy bringing other students back and forth to school. So transportation, both additional drivers, routes, buses. There's also just physical limitations with our kinder playgrounds. So you've been to all of our elementary schools, kindergarten playgrounds are specific to those facilities and students. They're already impacted, so you can imagine if all those students are there all day, we'll have to do things with regard to our kindergarten playgrounds. And then lastly, the grant itself, the details aren't out. We have no idea how you access the money, how you prove eligibility for the money, when you receive the money, and more importantly, if there's a match required. So those are all big unknowns for us. Typically we tend to be about 1% of the budget. So $750 million for facilities, that's $7.5 million. My facilities department's already done an analysis, and it's looking like we need somewhere between 67 to 100 additional kindergarten classrooms to make this work. So that's in the tens of millions of dollars. So it's an important component.
Okay, I remembered the other thing I was going to add, and it's even more important now. There's actually legislation that's been introduced, not for the first time, but I think a more serious effort now. Assemblymember Shirley Weber has introduced legislation to make full-day kindergarten a requirement, meaning kindergarten would not be compulsory, but if a district offers kindergarten, it would have to be full-day kindergarten.
So then we have special education, and as you guys know, special education for our district continues to grow, especially in our preschool area. So there is a proposal for $576 million. 186 of it is proposed as one time to fund special ed, but it has weird language. It says that these grants are to supplement services currently not included in an IEP for a student with disabilities, which would paint the picture that we're not doing our due diligence with our IEPs. So this will be very interesting. There was another caveat that I read somewhere else that it's based on your population of special ed and your unduplicated counts. And so if we're sitting at 57%, odds are that we're not going to get a huge share of that. The positive part about this is it's on top of what we get through AB 602. So AB 602 is our state and federal funding mechanism for special education. So this would be on top of. So this one is a little bit of an odd animal to try to project, so we won't be building this into our multi-year projection until we have some more details.
Yeah, I mean, the huge positive of it, as Shannon mentioned, was outside of 98, outside of these are additional dollars. So the flag that's been raised of the impact of special ed on our general fund has been heard and it's landed. If you look in the details of this, they even speak to the 3- and 4-year-old students that districts are serving and currently receiving no ADA or funding to support. So all those things that we've been speaking to, Rob and I and the rest of the team, and working with Bob Blattner, these things have really landed in some important places. And same thing with our ed partners at CSBA and AXA and the associations as well. These things are now really clearly on the radar where they haven't been for a long time. But the language around this that talks about services outside of an IEP is just so troublesome. I can't emphasize it enough, but the idea that we would have to admit that we're not providing a service to a kid within his or her current IEP, and to provide additional, we're admitting that we're not actually serving the kid correctly now, which isn't true. So I think it's just very poor language in the way that was done. The second half of the idea is the preventative services. So I do think Governor Newsom has a clear idea, and his advisors are telling him, if we intervene with kids as early as possible, the chances are we'll reduce the number of kids needing special ed services and needing an IEP down the road. So I do think that's a huge component of what he's looking for when we talk about additional work. I think the additional work is prior to a kid being identified as needing an IEP. We'll see how it works out. A lot of work around this one needs to be fleshed out as well.
And I'll just add to Superintendent Hoffman's point, in our work, there's already some rumblings. The board might remember AB 3136 from the last legislative cycle, which was authored by Assembly Member Patrick O'Donnell. Rumor is there will be another one surfacing soon, different author, and ironically, the cost associated with 3136 was $600 million, which is roughly what the governor is proposing in his budget. So we're hopeful there's some traction within the legislature that rather than how the governor proposed it, it would be utilized to offset existing costs, to also allow you to build additional programs. So we hope that happens, and if that happens, it would kind of change his proposal and clarify that it's not just for all new services. So stay tuned on that.
So on the other side of special education is AB 602 and that funding model. So that funding model is typically subjected to COLA and growth. There is a proposal to apply the 3.46 COLA, which is estimated at 18.67 per ADA. This particular funding model is very troublesome for our district because AB 602 is funded based on total district ADA. And as our ADA stays flat or grows in very small increments and our special education students grow at a higher rate, we don't see the revenue coming in. So it is important to note that they did fund COLA, sometimes they don't. So we are tracking the other side of it as well. And then I'm gonna let Rob speak to the facilities funding.
So thankfully, unlike his predecessor, Governor Brown, Governor Newsom is proposing to triple the size of the Prop 51 bond sales in the 1920 fiscal year. Governor Brown's proposal is somewhere around $600 million. So we're excited to see the $1.5 billion in the 1920 fiscal year. I will share with the board, it's still not the clip that we would like to see. For decades, they simply apportioned the amount of dollars that were necessary to fund projects on a monthly basis at the State Allocation Board. This will speed up the pace at which we're getting funding, but if you can imagine, Superintendent Hoffman was just notified over the break that we're just now getting in line to get our funding for Dillard. And how long ago did we build and open that school? So Zender Ranch, McGarvey, soon to be New Franklin, and a multitude of modernization projects that we've submitted applications for are going to kind of be in that same wait and see mode. So this is helpful, but not nearly the help that we hope to see moving forward. There's also a 2020 and a 2022 school bond bill proposed in the legislature by Assemblymember Patrick O'Donnell. So it'll be difficult to get a 2020 bond bill passed in the event that we still have Prop 51 dollars on the table. So again, we'd like to see that money roll out a little faster. I know there's pushback the governor's direction, albeit in the same vein of thanking him for this proposal. The $1.2 million in the center of the slide there, that's simply to add additional staff at the Office of Public School Construction. They had declined in staff over the years with the slowdown of bond sales. So again, 10 more positions at OPSC is a welcome sight. And then Ms. Hayes talked about the $750 million outside of Prop 51 and Proposition 98 for full-day kindergarten. But the devil will be in the details of how those dollars come forward to school districts.
Then AB 1200 had some oversight changes. Excuse me. It used to be that FICMAT, our Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, would come to districts at the request of a district or a county office of ed. Based on those changes, the following conditions happen, they will now automatically engage. So if you had a disapproved budget, a negative interim budget, or 3 consecutive qualified reports, or a downgrade of an interim certification, and lack of going concern designation. So any of those 5 things happen, FICMAT then would automatically come and help you. What I find interesting is that I don't necessarily know that FICMAT would have the resources and the manpower to actually implement that kind of assistance. So based on the lenses that we use with our budget, you know that there was a correction made or an adjustment made so that our multi-year projections stayed in positive status. We did adjust our tech utility budget and instructional materials based on the information that we had prior to the January governor's budget. So we do our due diligence when we do look at our budget. We're not willy-nilly about it. Those multi-year projections are discussed in cabinet and other settings to make sure that we are fiscally prudent and responsible with our funds. So I don't foresee us being at risk of having friends come and help us with our budgets. The next steps is the budget committee hearings and then the May revision. For our second interim budget, we will put in, like I mentioned, the changes with the COLA and the changes, but not with the special education changes. Those, we'll have to see what happens. And then both with STRS and PERS, we'll make those adjustments accordingly. And then it'll be really interesting to see what happens in May, to see if the governor's proposal goes forward as he proposes, or what happens with that. We have seen changes in COLA. That's usually a traditional change, either plus or minus. So we would expect some kind of adjustment in that particular area alone. And then if you have any questions, we'll take them.
Okay. Mr. Fortuna, any comments, questions?
Yeah, Shannon, because of your good work and your people, we don't have to worry about the oversight changes, fortunately. But is there any speculation with respect to what that's going to mean in terms of FICMAC's involvement with school districts and ultimately what that might mean to the state in terms of costs and student changes and?
As far as if there, I don't know if there's.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't know where FICMAT falls in this, just because I haven't had the conversations with them yet. They're already so impacted. I don't know how they take on any more projects.
Yes.
Right.
So I will reach out and have a conversation with FICMAT, but just to think if a district files a negative interim, that FICMAT has to come in.
Yeah.
You know, we were frankly this close with our first interim, right? So it's going to be a tremendous amount of work. I don't know how they can take
And there's nothing in there that shows an increase in staffing to be able to do the work. I mean, right now, you can voluntarily ask FICMAT, and they're a great organization to come in, and they'll look at transportation, special ed, technology. I've used them in different lives, and I know we've done it here in Elk Grove as well. And right now, if you go to ask for that kind of assistance, you're months away from them being able to come in and do that kind of work on a volunteer, because they're already doing so much work in the required fields. And you know, you look at the labor strife that's still going on, you know, across the state. LA Unified, obviously the biggest player and all that, but that's going on different levels across the entire state. And FICMAT oftentimes, along with school services, is brought in to try to provide clarity about what the numbers really say. So they can't do this work unless there's a significant increase in their people power to be able to do the work.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I looked at that. It's one thing to say, oh, they're just going to automatically get involved. And then the other side of that is how with current staffing. All right, thank you.
Most of those teams are actually made up of district personnel from other districts that come in and work on the team. So this could trigger a number of districts being privy to a FCMAT study. I don't know how they'll accommodate all that need.
Nancy?
I very impatiently already made my comments, so thank you. Great report.
All right, thank you. Ms. Albiani?
Thank you. It's great to hear what's going on. I had a question on page 3. The last bullet. When you say settle up payments, it says, however, funding remains level due to maintaining a 44 million and using settle up payments to offset unfunded 2018-19. Is settle up when he's double, like the double dip stuff?
I can tell you when Governor Brown would do his adjustments to the budgets, we would see really weird things happen all the way down to our level, is how I'll put it. And there's a slide that we didn't include in here, but it does show that the general fund, ending fund balances from year over year on how this overall state budget and what that looks like as monies come forward. So as an example, before they had fully funded the LCFF, when they would make changes in the budget year, it would affect the prior year. And I think that is just taking into account how monies come in at the state level and then how it's applied to us. So it's not a direct relationship to us, but it does create monies. And I think that's why we see the prior year adjustments, but they're
Okay. Okay, and then the cap on district reserves on page 5. We didn't meet ADA and COLA. Are we close? Do we think we'll be close? What are your
So that's
professional opinion?
That's at the state level, and so they're projecting a total statewide decline of ADA. And we have been, like last year, the total state ADA declined as well. So it's hard to know from that perspective of what the ADA looks like. We don't spend a lot of time looking at it from our lens because it doesn't impact us in the same way because we don't grow at the same rate as the state.
So it's a
Yeah.
state.
It's a
Yeah,
state.
and it was interesting, Beth, when we listened to school services about this. This was kind of a under the radar condition that no one really paid much attention to because no one really thought the maintenance factor, test 1, and capital gains would all happen. But the reality is those 3 things all did happen, and the test 1 is probably the one that's the least likely to happen. And so that test 1 happening, people actually, I think, panicked a bit, and they went back and looked at the ADA and COLA piece and figured out in the details of that, and more than I understand, but in the details of that, they were able to say, oh, we're not doing we're not going to implement the cap because the ADA COLA formula doesn't allow it to happen. But I don't think anybody paid much attention to that particular measure prior to the last 8 or 10 weeks. So it was kind of an interesting piece because it was news kind of to all of us when they went into that one in detail.
Okay, and if you can help me remember, if the ADA and COLA had been a positive, they would require us to spend down our reserves, correct?
That's correct. There's a formula that we would have to submit to our county. So if we were in excess of that, we would have to submit to our county office what the plan is to use those monies, and then they would have to approve that.
And do we have a time is there a time? Do we have so many years to do it?
I think you have to do it within 1.
They're your kindergarten classrooms, Rob.
So if the cap were to be reached in this budget proposal, it would require that we spend it down. In our case, I believe the number's 10% in that fiscal year.
All right. Okay, I have one more question. I'm sorry. I love this stuff. Page 18, special education. So we're doing a COLA that's going to be $1867 per our child, correct?
That's correct.
And the 1920 estimate is an increase of 558?
It increases up to that value. It's currently like 525, I think.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
Goes
Okay.
up to that.
All right. Thank you.
I know, I'm like, why aren't we more excited? This looks amazing.
Crystal?
Thank you for the report. I think there's a lot of information in there that looks promising as far as some funds coming from the general fund versus out of the previous propositions and things of that nature. I am concerned or have some questions regarding like the preschool and the details, the kindergarten. I think having the special education additional funding will really be a great resource, especially for our preschool students, because as we know, they are early identified in preschool, and sometimes that's our first experience. So having more resources or different strategies that we can approach the students and families are so critical. So it goes back to the details, right? So I'm hopeful. I think that preschool and kindergarten all day, from what we've seen in the research in the past, it's very needed. We show success rates of those students that enter preschool early on have a higher success graduation rate. So hopefully it might help improve the achievement gap there as well. But I think as far as the details are laid out, it affects many different components, as we've seen, from transportation to food services. So I'm just interested to see how all those will factor out and how that will have a heavy impact on our budget and planning, and especially having preschool on different sites. Like now we have certain school sites that are laid out. So my questions would be, even if it's an all-day program, years ago I know we did all-day programs, and there was a certain time that was set aside for students to rest throughout the day, things of that nature, prep for 2 meals, not just one. So I'm just wondering how that's all going to play out in the future. So I'm interested to see some of those things and the details. So thank you for the report.
Good morning. Thank you. I don't have any questions, just some quick comments. I'm definitely very encouraged and optimistic of Governor Newsom's first budget. I like seeing the commitment to LCFF and school construction and facilities funding particularly. The services for young children and families, that's always been something very near and dear to my heart. So it's nice to see that included here in the budget. And then of course, I think very importantly, the recognition of all the challenges that school districts face as it relates to rising costs for pension and special education. So I would say that in looking at what CSBA's statements on the budget, CTA, CSEA, a number of, in the education world, there's a uniform theme of being very encouraged of the commitment that we're seeing from the governor. Some are cautiously optimistic and, may think it's a little ambitious. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out over the next year, which really leads me to one of the things that I think is always very important in the legislative process is having a seat at the table. I know that we do a great job representing with our firm, but I also think as school board members, we also need to be advocating individually on how this impacts EGUSD. I know that I often get calls from Senator Pan's office and Assemblymember Cooley and Cooper. How does this impact us? So I would like to see those numbers of that story, because then it's the narrative. It's not just generic numbers. What does it mean to us? Then it takes on a life. So I definitely would be interested in any possible future meetings. I know CSBA does sort of their lobby day, but outside of those efforts, we as school board members, as the elected body in speaking to another elected body, it carries a different weight. So I would encourage us to have those respective meetings, but I would also like to request of staff to see how this, the specifics, if we can get something for our own advocacy that would help in the bigger narrative, in the larger narrative, I think that would be very helpful. So thank you again, Shannon, for this excellent report.
Yeah, we can do like an FAQ, and Rob and I have been, we've been working closely with Bob Blattner in this work, and he gets us access that we wouldn't probably normally get sometimes. But we'll put together summaries of the major, because there'll be 2,000 bills. How many bills are we going to be? It's going to be crazy this year. So we don't want it. So we don't have an impact and a pipe in on everything, but let's go through where are our real lever points, and that's what we've been consistent. Our 3 and 4 year olds, so special ed's been transportation lesser lever, but for us it's a big deal. So the things that are encroaching, so we'll get those for you. So as you make contact or you get contacted, the talking points will be the same ones that Rob and I are using when we're interacting. So we'll have that for you.
And if I could touch, Ms. Allen, excellent point. So I'm sure Mr. Hoffman and I will be reaching out to some of you, if not all of you, soon. I can tell you that Assemblymember Cooper has been very engaging with us. Superintendent Hoffman and I are going to be reaching out to Senator Pan here shortly. Mr. Cooper is interested in authoring, and they need a co-author, preferably on the Senate side, on a particular bill. And I don't want to start any rumors, but I can tell you that Superintendent Hoffman and I, we've been working really hard on transportation funding. So just perspective, we're spending, I'll just say non-officially, around $13 million, both for home to school and special ed. We're only receiving about $3.1 million. So I know Mr. Cooper is very interested in that. It would fund us at least half of what we're currently paying. So that would be a welcome sight. So we'll be pushing that. Obviously, the details of the special education funding, that's the bill that Mr. Cooper is also very interested in. We'll be talking to Senator Pan about that. And then just overall increasing the LCFF targets, similar to the bill that was in the last session. And then lastly, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out, it didn't come up in the conversation, the governor's budget proposal relative to housing. It's not the educational section, but in his housing section, he talked about impact fees. And it caught us a little by surprise. So we will be pushing back pretty hard on reducing school district impact fees because of the importance for us in our growing state. So we're working on that right now, and as these bills get a little more traction, get a bill number, and get a couple authors, we'll be reaching out to you to help us in advocating for these.
Right. I do want to make sure we give credit to Assemblymember McCarty as well. He's been very open. He's a big advocate on the early education piece, and actually has a bill already proposed with that. And he's invited the local superintendents. We meet with him in coordination with the County Office of Ed on a pretty regular basis. And so there's definitely another set of ears there and someone willing to listen to what we're working through. So.
Okay, thank you. I think those were excellent comments that Ms. Singh Allen brought. I think it would help us all if we are on top of things, what's going on in our specific districts. So when we are in contact with our legislatures, that we're all on the same page in what we need. So thank you, Ms. Singh Allen, for that. Good comments of all my colleagues. I was reflecting back a little bit on slide 4, where we're looking at under the Proposition 98, and back in 08 and 09 through 12, which I fondly remember. It makes me nervous sometimes. But it's something to really kind of hone in and see where we come from on that. So it's really something to look at. Very ugly.
Can I interject just for context? So just so we all remember that, LCFF brought us back to the per pupil amount we had in 2007.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Cannot see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a thank you with an asterisk.
Yeah. And then last, I just couldn't help but hear when he mentioned about the full-time kindergarten, how it sounds so good, but there's a lot of cost behind that, and not only that, the facilities end of it is kind of scary to see how that's going to really play out. I mean, a lot of things that the legislature they come about and they want different things, but when you really have to implement it, that's the hard part on it, Rob. So I appreciate you bringing that up as well too. It's reality. Okay, with that, we're going to take a quick break, I guess, and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes, and we'll be going into closed session. Okay. Thank you. comments in closed session? Seeing none, I'll close the public comments and recess into closed session. Okay, we're going to get started here. I want to call the meeting back to order. The board did meet in closed session and no action was taken. So we get most of our board members back. We'll start off with Mr. Pierce with education specifications update.
Thank you very much, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. We are delighted today to bring forward to you a draft of our brand new educational specifications for the Elk Grove Unified School District. I will tell you it's been a very long time coming. I believe the last time the board adopted a formal complete ed spec was roughly 24, if not 25 years ago. There's been very slight modifications since that time, but they were just that. So, you know, I just want to brag here a little bit, and I know Bill Heineke will come up with part of the dream team who facilitated and put together this document that's before all of you here today. But we've had a couple of major steps in our district with regard to facilities. The first was the facility master plan that the board adopted just a few years ago, obviously with the success of Measure M and everything that comes along with that. And now kind of the trifecta is adopting brand new educational specifications for our school district. And by design, what this will allow us to do now with open arms across the district is move forward with some of these more extensive modernizations at our existing campuses, as well as the construction of some of our new schools. So in Measure M thus far, we've really been focused more on kind of shovel-ready projects that didn't entail an extensive amount of overhaul at our campuses and DSA approval, but now we are transitioning with the second series bond sale of full-scale makeovers at a number of our campuses. And these ed specifications will really be the tool that our architect teams leave with in giving them the design thoughts of our campuses of how our facilities can better serve our students and our staff and allow the instructional model that Mr. Cerruti and his team have in place within the capital facilities throughout our district. So very excited. We have a good amount of time set aside for this. So we're going to share a lot of information with you. The packets that you have in front of you, please feel free to take those with you today. Give us any feedback during the course of the meeting today, as well as follow up towards your final adoption of the educational specifications in February. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Heineke, our Director of Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Good morning, Board, Superintendent, Ms. Avalos, excuse me. Yeah, we're quite pleased to bring to you today the draft of the educational specifications revised project. We want to make a nod back to the original ed specs, which served us well. We built over 30 schools using those ed specs over the years, so we're hoping to build on that success. I want to make it clear that ed specs are not a recipe for school design. I say a good analogy would be they're the pantry that the recipe draws from. There are some things in the ed specs, of course, that every school is going to have: learning studios, places for instruction and for learning. But as each school project moves to design, that's when the ed specs will be sort of the first step that we give to that design committee and that architect to say, here's the starting point for what Elk Grove Unified School District schools should have and that we want to have. So it's an aspirational document in that sense. I also want to point out that we have to realize that we have 5.5 million square feet of existing school facilities, and so we want to be sure that the ed specs address those conditions, those buildings, and what we might want to do to improve those schools going forward. You may recall it was just about a year ago when we introduced the Dream Team to you. And so at that point, I can ask them to come up. Not everybody from the Dream Team is here today. A long time ago, last fall, we potentially targeted your January 15th board meeting as the date for this presentation. Stephen Bingler, you may recall, duly made vacation plans around that date, and so he is unable to change those, so he's not here today. He wants me to send his regards and apologies for that. But I'm happy to introduce Graham Hill from Concordia and Amy Yurko from Brain Spaces. They are the muscle and the big engine behind the ed specs, and so they'll be running through a brief overview of the process and the document itself, and then we'll open it up to your questions, comments, and direction as we prepare the final document, which will be, we're proposing to bring to you on the February 19th board meeting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy and to Graham.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Mr. Pierce, and good morning to all of you. Board members, thank you for your service and for the opportunity to be here presenting this information to you today. Just to back up a bit, I think this is, for us, has been an incredibly rewarding process. Really not just because of the challenge of updating a document that was 25 years old when so much has changed in the landscape of educational facilities in that time frame, but because of the unique character that Elk Grove really has, and that we were able to, for the past 6 months, really learn about and discover and get to know, which really drove so much of what is in this document. We've done this around the country, and every time it's a different, as Bill said, there's different elements in the pantry that you have to work with. And I think that Elk Grove is unique in that it's such a diverse community, so rich in its cultural diversity, but that's been clearly brought through to the school culture in every school that we visited, all the tours we did. It was just very clear to us how much pride not only the teachers and the students have, but also the administrators, school board members. There's a tremendous amount of pride in the district, and we felt like that was a great motivating force throughout the process. So I just want to acknowledge that. So we're going to keep the presentation fairly short and hopefully reserve the balance of our time today for conversation about the document. Again, as Bill said, this is a draft, so we are very much willing and able to make changes and edits, modifications to the document to incorporate additional perspectives or minor things that we may have overlooked. But again, it's a draft format, and so we'd like to use the balance of today's time to really discuss the contents of the document with you. But for the purposes of this presentation, we'll do a brief overview of the process, how we got to where we are today, and then show you a couple snapshots of the document itself. So the presentation is just going to cover these 6 areas: the contents of the document itself, the process overview, the participation structure, so who was involved and what role they played, guiding principles, the document snapshot, as I said, and then finally some Q&A and discussion time. So in terms of the contents, this is, again, a very wide overview of what's in here. This really covers a broad spectrum of content, from the very aspirational, visionary, all the way down to the very technical and detailed. So we say from the square mile to the square inch. This document really contains a lot of the ingredients that are necessary to develop innovative facilities, whether it's a renovation project, modernization, or new construction. So there's an introductory chapter that sort of frames the process and the motivation behind the project, context and vision, really looking at Elk Grove as a district and its unique characteristics, and then part of the visioning that we did with participants early on in the process. The 3rd chapter, the PK-12 continuum, is really all of the elements that apply to teaching and learning across the spectrum of grade levels that are offered within the district. Chapter 4 zeroes in on the elementary schools. Chapter 5, secondary schools, including both middle and high. And then finally, the appendix, Chapter 6, which contains backup information, more detailed summaries of meetings that we had, as well as more specific information regarding the programs. So the process overview, as I said, this has been a little over 6 months, and we kicked off in April with the discovery phase. And that was really where we were fine-tuning the game plan for this project and understanding who needed to be involved, who were the experts within the district and within the community that we needed to listen to in order to plan appropriately for how to gather all of this information and kick off the project. So we did that in April of 2018, and then shifted in May to a visioning phase, which is always critical to capture the aspirations of the district and of the community. And that's really, in that phase is where we began to understand, not only the mission of the district, but the values that are essential to this community and to the various stakeholders that were involved in the process. The third phase is benchmarking, which really largely took place over the summer. And that's really where we distilled all the input that we got during the visioning phase and translated that into some design guidelines. We call them guiding principles, but that allowed us to essentially create a framework within which the document and the recommendations in the document all refer back to those guiding principles. And then finally, the educational specifications, which is sort of the production phase of the project, where we're really fine-tuning the details, laying out all of the requirements, both qualitative, quantitative, and organizational parameters that are required in order to develop designs for school facilities. So this graphic is a simplified version of the very large participation structure we had, but I do want to highlight that throughout the course of the project we did over 20 separate meeting sessions, many of which are listed here in focus groups. But we had contributions by over 200 EGUSD staff throughout the process, and at a community summit that was held in May, we had over 75 community members attend that. So we've almost topped out at 300 people who had a voice in this process, and it was just a spectacular result because of all of those diverse perspectives that were included. So the participation structure, again, it all comes back to the board, and we're before you today to introduce you to the document and to dig deep with you. But as you can see, the layers of inclusion and participation really spread out from there, including the leadership team, planning advisory teams who will be getting a copy of the document after this meeting today in order to give their feedback and their edits. And then finally, the working groups, focus groups that included everyone from the maintenance and custodial staff to art teachers, performing arts, music, every category of instruction and teaching and learning that happens within the schools that you have in the district here. And so when we presented to you last time, we went over these guiding principles, but I think it's important to cover them again just so that we can refer back to them as the set of values that we really heard are critical to Elk Grove. So number one, occupants enjoy safe, healthy, and nurturing environments. Number two, each school campus is an active source of community pride. Number three, integration of people, programs, and spaces promote collaboration. 4, innovative physical characteristics inspire learning. 5, outdoor connections reinforce experiential learning. 6, effective technology tools and resources are readily available. 7, adaptable environments support resiliency of facilities over time. And finally, 8, diverse needs of all occupants are supported and celebrated. And again, these are not ranked in order of importance. They're simply listed here. They're all equally important. And again, this was a distillation of that visioning phase of the project where we got so much good input from all corners of the community and all corners of the district staff in order to understand what really matters. What are the things that were overlooked the last time that a school was renovated or remodeled, or built. So we made sure to try and capture these critical design guidelines in these principles that are illustrated here. So briefly, there is an executive summary in the beginning, which is a good way to see the overarching structure of the document and to understand how it will be used going forward. But these bullet points here try to distill that into some easily understandable parameters. One is obviously this document is to establish a vision for planning and design of future school facilities, whether they be renovation, modernization, or new construction. And the key word there is vision. So not all of what's in here is applicable to every project. As Bill said, this is a stockpile of ingredients and innovative concepts that can be applied to various projects. But again, the vision is the key component here. Defining requirements for spatial organization, site access, technology, furniture, and equipment. So in addition to that visionary stuff that's really captured in the guiding principles, there's also a lot in here that has to do with specific recommendations of what space needs to be next to which other space, how do those spaces contribute to an overall safe and accessible campus environment, how is technology easily updated and adapted so that we're not constantly focused on devices and equipment, but we're thinking much more about exchange of information and access to information. Establishing qualitative and quantitative parameters for different school types. So we have in here also parameters for alternative ed, which includes your alternative schools, charter schools, the virtual academy, adult ed. So each one of those has specific needs and spatial requirements that differ from one another. So we have all those laid out here. And as I said, this can be used for new schools, additions, modernizations, and retrofit projects. So this is essentially a litmus test for any new facilities endeavor. This document is really a guiding reference point to make sure that teaching and learning objectives are achieved in every project. And then provides flexibility with optional additional program elements. And we're very aware that facilities and budgets are intrinsically linked, and as more students, as the district grows, oftentimes that requires more space. So what we've tried to do here is to allow future design teams the flexibility to either add or subtract spaces from future building program planning in order to accommodate budgets that are allocated for various projects. So general planning parameters, you can think of these as the kit of parts, essentially, that are the building blocks of the document. So, and a lot of this comes straight from the facilities master plan that was approved by the board several years ago. And really, it's also important to understand that this document and the facility master plan should really work together. They're almost like gloves on the same set of hands that both inform how the district will complete its work in the future, how it will budget for that, and then also how it will make sure that the dollars that are invested into those facilities are satisfying the educational goals and outcomes that have been established. So we have target enrollments and capacity, elementary 850 students, middle at 1,200 students, and high at 2,200, and then the alternative ed module at 200 students. And just below that, you can see the target class sizes. Again, this is from the facility master plan, but just as a reminder, pre-K and TK at 15, kinder at 24, actually K through 3 at 24, grades 4 through 8 at 28, and then high school grades at 32. Special ed and alternative ed, we have a range shown there because obviously those are on a case-by-case basis. But in general, those are the ranges that we heard from staff that are appropriate for those uses. And then, of course, adult ed varies based on enrollment and interest based on that program offering. The target average utilization, that's a fancy way of saying, is there empty space on campus? And at the elementary schools, that target number is a bit higher because teachers aren't moving around as much during the day. So we've got a 95 to 100% target for utilization for elementary. Middle and secondary is a little lower than that, given that there's some extracurricular offerings and students are moving around campus during the day. But what that actually allows is for future planning teams to program more highly utilized space. So just because it says that the target is 85, it's not to say that that can't be exceeded. So there is a little wiggle room there for increasing utilization. Athletic stadium facilities, currently there's one for every 2 comprehensive high schools in the district, and that seems to be adequate at this point, so we're not recommending any major changes to that. And the same thing with performing arts centers, where they are shared by multiple schools, and because those are, high cost, high function facilities, that it makes more sense to continue sharing those facilities. So elementary schools, the basic program parameters that we're working within, so 50,000 to 55,000 square feet total per campus, and that's enclosed building area, so that doesn't include outdoor space and covered walkways and things of that sort. 38 teaching stations per campus, and that includes regular learning studios or classrooms, but also pre-K, kinder learning studios, as well as special ed. And then again, capacity being 850 students. And what you see here, there are a lot of these kind of diagrams within the document. And this is one that shows the entirety of the elementary school campus. But each one of these colored blocks, if you leaf through the document, there's kind of a zoom in that happens at each of these program clusters. And so within the learning studios and supports, if you look at your document there, that there's actually a more detailed encapsulation of what each of those bubbles encompasses and the programs and activities that function within there.
I just want to point out one thing is that when the slides needed to be submitted to you guys, we were still in the process of picking up some comments, and so there's been some adjustments to these already that are in the bound booklet that you have. But these were it was all around the holidays, so I think we didn't get all of that exactly.
Yeah, so my apologies if some of these don't correlate exactly with what is in your document, but yes, Amy's right. The document is what we should be focused on. And again, this is just for the purposes of keeping this presentation short. These are really just, again, snapshots of where we were at that moment in the process. And again, it's a living document, and we are here to continue to polish and refine it. And then this is the last snapshot we have here. There's obviously much more detailed information, but we just wanted to illustrate how we're looking not only at the entirety of the district and the continuum of program offerings that are here, but also the different types of campuses that exist within the district. And so this is the most common configuration of the middle school and high school, where they share a campus, but we've also got parameters laid out within the document for those standalone schools that don't share a campus as well. But again, you can see here that we're really thinking about adjacencies, not only within the campus itself, what programs are next to which programs, but also how those relate to the community around it, how they relate to open space, parking, drop-off, loading areas. And so again, these all refer back to those guiding principles, and safety and security being one of those. It's a very large undertaking to plan for how to describe the functionality of all of these pieces as they work together. But this is just again an overview of how all those various components fit together into that beautiful tapestry that is each campus that's here in Elk Grove. So again, just a very brief overview, but we really would love to get your questions and comments, and we are here to answer them for the remainder of our time today.
Okay, Ms. Singh Allen here.
Thank you for that great presentation. I don't have any questions per se. Just in terms of, I like your focus group inclusion. It seems like a very expanded list. What do those meetings typically look like? How are you actually engaging feedback?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the focus group meetings, I'll start by saying that they are iterative. So most folks within those focus groups we met with at least twice, and some more than that. So usually the first time we meet with them, the questions are more general, and we're trying to capture more aspirational, visionary ideas. So one of the questions we asked in the initial round of focus group meetings was, if you were to not think so much about the space you operate within today, if you were to envision your ideal environment for teaching and learning, what would that look like? And so we did some verbal dialogue there. We also had some drawing exercises where we asked people to, do some of these type of bubble diagrams that lay out certain aspects of the space that would be optimal for their functionality. But yeah, they're small groups. Sometimes if we had a larger group, we would have members of the dream team would split up so that it was always more small conversations around a table, generally 3 to 4 people at those tables. And yeah, as I said, that first round was more about visioning. The second round was really where we brought back a prototype or a template and had them review that, take a look at it, sort of dissect it, tweak it a bit. And then, the final round is coming back to say, okay, here's what we heard, here's how that translated into these parameters, and, so that's what's encapsulated in the document now.
So it sounds very collaborative in that it's not you proposing your sort of your ideal specs.
That's correct, yeah. A lot of these ideas came straight from the working group sessions themselves.
Yeah.
And we like to do that, and obviously we're bringing our expertise and our experience to set certain parameters there. But in terms of the critical content of visioning how these spaces should be used, and especially here, the relationship between indoors and outdoors. We heard that again and again, that that's just a missed opportunity a lot of times because the climate is so inviting here. There's so much space on campus that's underutilized outdoors. So, a lot of those kind of ideas that are in this document, you wouldn't see those in a typical ed spec, and that came a lot from the conversations.
That's great.
One of the other things we did was we toured around a lot of your schools and got to see in action some really great ideas happening. And sometimes they were piecemealed together just because, that you have some amazingly creative teachers in this district, and they were just making it work. And so we took the essence of the good things that were happening already and said, can we carry these into the ed specs, and can we share those with some of the other working groups that we're meeting with so that they can see stuff is already happening.
Right.
And so you have really terrific examples right here in district. So we were trying to play off of our sort of national, international experience and bring examples from around the world, but also find really terrific examples right here. As a matter of fact, now we're using some of your examples when we go talk to other clients. So thank you for that. Yeah.
And if I can piggyback, missing out on your question and your comments, the visual piece of that, if you just flip through pages 41 through 49, you can really see those working groups. And I want to thank those teachers and the staff that were involved in that because they were super engaged. You can see that just in the visual representation of what was going on, but also to the team. And frankly, that's one of the more difficult things to do, is to take the time to reach out, to plan, to organize all of these meetings. It would be one thing just to write this and say, hey, we know what's best, here's your educational specification, but you can really see that play out in the chapter, that work that took place. So I applaud them for doing that, and it was actually something they pretty much told us from day one, this is how we do it, and this is how we're going to go about our work. So
yep, that's great.
Your staff came very prepared as well. So they had surveyed their peers and brought, information from beyond, just their personal participation.
Sure.
So I know that the numbers are probably underestimated in terms of the actual involvement because of that.
Great.
That's right. Yeah, and another thing that I think was unique that we found the working groups were very receptive to is those meetings being fun and sort of designing games and activities that were interactive and collaborative that allowed them to kind of step out of their normal, mode of thinking and almost treat it more like you would a you know, like an icebreaker or an activity to sort of get everybody on the same page. And so we had a lot of fun with that. You can see in the portions of the document that Mr. Pierce pointed out, we designed these large game boards and, you know, had teachers and other staff members, you know, sort of moving things around and kind of creating their own space, you know, hand in hand with their peers. And so it wasn't necessarily just, you know, verbally exchanging information. It was also very interactive, and we have a lot of really interesting work products from those meetings that that I think are truly unique to the district. Some of the plans for the ideal classroom are just awesome, and they're in the document, and yeah, really, really unique ideas that emerged from the process.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
And
Thank
I
you.
just want to add too, for the board's benefit, for everyone, we have to thank the board and the superintendent for allowing us to go through this. Oftentimes, you know, the success of these projects starts at the top in the support of rolling up your sleeves and going through this work. These things create a lot of apprehension and some anxiety, frankly, because these people come forward with these ideas that we might have a tough time implementing. So I also have to thank the educational side of the house. They supported this from day one. And again, sometimes that's the impediment to get these things done because it can be scary, because it's an exploration and at times might even feel like an indictment of the work we're currently doing and the work we have done. So to allow us to go through this, and I'll jokingly say that there was a couple meetings where I'm sitting next to Superintendent Hoffman and he could feel my anxiety rising because some of these desires and thoughts, we can't afford that, or you know, we can't possibly do that. And Chris is telling me, it's okay, Rob, let it happen, let it take its shape and its form. So really important. And I like, there's a picture on page 30. They even engage students about, you know, if you could design your own perfect school, and a lot of kids did that. So they're really neat. And you know, other than the lake and the roller coaster and the Taco Bell and things like that, they really touched on critical educational components, so even the kids know what they really need at the end of the day.
Okay, Doctor.
Thank you for the thorough report, and I enjoy seeing the flexibility of change. It sounds like you went back to the drawing board and really heard the feedback of maybe what works best and best practices, and then things maybe possibly we could change when we're looking toward the future to further advance in innovation. I also like the component where it had on one of the pages, I was marking a few pages here, where it showed the work groups on page 44 and also the CTE programs, the pictures, because as we know, the CTE programs are always expanding. So with that, giving that flexibility and adaptation in the classroom for those types of things, I think are really critical when we're working with our students. And then also the documentation of everything. I enjoy seeing the pictures from your meeting and your feedback and the groups. And I was going to ask a question earlier about the student feedback, so I'm really happy to hear that you were inclusive also of the student feedback, because I think sometimes our students are our future when we're looking to innovation and design, because if something is working substantially for right now, we don't know what that can potentially look like in 10 to 15 to 20 years from now. So I really am excited about this document and going through the photographs, and thank you for the presentation. I see so far from skimming through it, it seems like really in-depth and a lot of documentations and photographs, and I enjoy seeing that as part of your work, so thank you.
Thank you very much. This is exciting stuff. I was looking who you included, and we included MP, food service was included?
Correct.
It's just MP something, it's class test. So I just know when I've met with food service before, that's just an important part of places for them, especially at secondary, to distribute food in a fast fashion. They don't even need huge spaces, but they need spaces throughout. I just found out today that my child is a second breakfast child. Who knew? She eats one, she eats another every day and needs more money in her account. So I just think those are things that are so important in some of our schools, and helping build that in. I haven't obviously had enough time to really find it, but it's in there. I am hopeful. And I think one of my largest frustrations since I've been on the board is when we go to our different schools, we have silos of excellence in so many different places. And this is very exciting to have one place that people can come find what they need. And the tinkering lab and those, there is so much research on the value of that exploration. I'm thrilled to see it in here. My last thing was, we have optimal high school size of 2,200. Who's at 2,200? Could you give me a school or two that's near that? Where are we there?
In terms of enrollment or capacity? Capacity, you're over that in every school.
Like, right now, do we have anybody, who do we have running at 2,200?
Oh. So that's Casumas Oaks is close to that. You have schools that are below it and schools that are well over it. So Casumas Oaks is probably the only example that's near that number.
Okay.
That's
So-
why we did the strategy of the optional additional spaces, so that you can sort of run the gamut of addressing the unique needs of various sites, whether that's a enrollment need or a programmatic need or just a community need, that you can tailor each campus with the extent of optional additionals you're able to incorporate.
I think,
So it was a flexibility
oh yeah.
strategy. Yeah.
I think the way it's laid out is amazing because you can say, okay, we have these kind of pod pieces. Where can we put these pod pieces? I'm a huge Lego mom, so love this.
Can I touch on that
Look
real
like
quick
little-
too, Ms. Albiani? Because it's a really important point, and we touched on this when Mr. Murray and I presented on open enrollment at the last board meeting. And so what this will do is when we go in to renovate, say Elk Grove High, it will be the next high school that we really get in touch. We will bring that high school to that size as a result of the modernization project. When we build the 10th middle school, high school, it too will meet that size constraint. So we will go in through Measure M as we touch these campuses and live up to those numbers. I will tell you though, it sounds well and good until you go do it, because they like their space, they like being large, they like having more classrooms than they need because it allows teachers to have their own classroom all day, but we'd rather see the dollars be spent in smaller spaces because you're going to get more in that educational environment in those classrooms than you would if you just have this campus that's just arbitrarily at 2,900 because that's how many portables you have. I mean, that's not the vision of what we want for our high schools.
And it looks like that we are focusing on a variety of spaces for them as well. So you are, as well as maybe you have a smaller classroom that's yours, but there's so many other places to go to have experiences on a campus that I think that will change.
One of the things we heard loud and clear is one size doesn't fit all. And that goes from the macro scale to campus to campus to campus, but also to the individual student scale or teacher scale. Everybody has teaching styles, learning styles, and needs that are unique. And so by creating a variety of spaces, there's opportunity to have those individual needs met in various ways that are right for that individual.
Well, thank you very much.
So we've talked a lot about process. You guys have come here a few times now and talked to us about just the process you're undergoing to engage stakeholder input, but I can't let that go without mentioning my appreciation for that one more time. You know, to this board in particular, stakeholder engagement and authentic engagement is really important. So I so appreciate the way that you're going about that process, you know, the depth and breadth of the outreach to focus groups, making sure people are comfortable in actually being conversant in these issues, because it's not, you know, their bread and butter. You know, my day job is in state level policy, so what is really standing out for me is that a big initiative, a big project, it succeeds or fails based on this level of input. You know, this is where the mistakes are usually made, so I'm just so grateful that this is part of our process. I also have a couple of questions. Slides don't have page numbers, but where you talk about stadiums and performing arts structures. See. Yeah, general planning parameters. I was interested in your comments, and I'd love to hear more about athletic stadium facilities, and specifically the feedback that the sharing of these stadiums was adequate. In my neck of the woods, particularly in the Franklin High School area. I hear a lot of desire for them to have their own stadium, so I'd be interested in just hearing a little bit more what you heard about that.
We did hear support for having every high school have a stadium, or more stadiums to be shared in more ways. And a lot of that was athletics related for you're playing against who's home, who's not, that sort of thing. So there's an ownership issue. That came a lot from the students as well, that idea of competition. But as we dug a little bit deeper into the function of the stadiums and the operation of the stadiums, it seemed to be operationally an effective and efficient way to do that. So I think that there may need to be some operational tweaks about, the feeling of ownership, or the way that they're being used, the way that they're being scheduled, that can help equalize that. It wasn't that we heard, oh, it's all great, let's just keep, it wasn't all that positive, but a lot of it had to do with school spirit and on that side of things, as opposed to the functional operational piece. And I think that's what we were meant to, summarize it. Yep.
Thank you.
And I will say also that as our non-stadium sites, all-weather turf and track facilities came on board this past summer, that helped alleviate at least that aspect of the differences. So that did make a difference.
Good. Let's see, I had another question about, so another long-standing issue we've had is that most, if not all, of our current schools were designed in and for an era when the state was adequately funding pupil transportation, and we had a lot more buses and a lot fewer individual cars dropping off kids. So we've had a lot of discussion with the public and work with the city of Elk Grove on this issue. It's not something we've really been able to resolve. So I'm interested in the input that you heard, and to what extent, if any, is that reflected in any recommendations?
There's a section on in the document on site organization, site function, flow. Traffic is one element of that. It is very difficult to have a discussion about school facilities without having parking and drop-offs be a pretty major point of that, especially when you're meeting with parents. It's their daily life, it's that, and then to throw into the conversation the safety and security components, that certainly plays into it. So we recognize that there are different sites, there's different contexts for each one of your campuses that will cause different solutions to the various traffic flow needs. And so we didn't specifically outline the strategy for that. Coming from other urban districts where we have the similar issues, we have certainly seen some successes in site drop-offs and pickups that are much more challenging than what you have. So again, I think that what we found was that there were some operational solutions that might be useful, and those are loosely outlined in the section on. I think it's in the continuum elements, the section 3, that identify what we should be aiming for when we look at site flow, parking, drop-off, pickup, buses, that sort of thing. And when you look at the diagrams that illustrate the site organization, and we did several puzzle piece exercises with the user groups to lay these out, is that you'll see represented in there what is the optimal. And certainly there are sites that won't be able to reach that because of their contexts and their physical parameters. But if there were to be a new site developed, we would look towards approximating that optimal.
Yeah, I'll just add one more thing to that. I mean, there is a whole section on there that, as Amy said, that outlines the strategies for how you weave those elements together or separate them in order to keep children out of harm's way. But it really has to do with hierarchies of access and sort of flows of people throughout the day. And so there are various constraints at each site that may cause some challenges to that, but what we've got, yeah, again, this document is really laying out the almost the guidelines for what should take priority in terms of site access, site circulation, and keeping everyone safe on campus. So while there's not a specific number of parking spaces or number of bus spaces, it is very clear in the document, which modes of access need to be separated, which need to be co-located, and which ones should take priority over others in terms of design of the site.
And I'll just add that as we move forward, assuming the approval of the document in February, we will begin planning a new elementary school almost immediately this spring, and we have a high school, middle school on the horizon as well. When we get to the point where we have committees working on those campuses and going through the list of needs, we will be setting priorities for where we're going to spend our money and also spend our site area. And we have elementary schools typically have 10 acres to work with, and so if we decide that we want to devote more space to parking or drop off, that means we have to do something else to reduce the footprint of everything else on that campus. That's an exciting challenge for all of us, and we have a lot of different ideas and approaches that we can take to make that happen, but that's definitely a thing that will be decided as those specific sites are planned.
Thank you very much. I should probably be embarrassed by how excited I am to dive into this report, so thanks very much.
Mr. Fortuna?
Thank you. When it comes to facilities, I've been trained to expect thoroughness, and you didn't disappoint. It is a thorough document, and I know that with our personnel, that as Bill just stated, as we begin to design new facilities, it'll be very helpful to have the data as we balance ideal against fiscal capability, because you can't have everything. From a question standpoint, I just have one, and I certainly didn't have time to go through this whole document right now. But when it comes to PACs, the Performing Arts Centers, and as we grow, were there indications with respect to impact on the current PACs and what we might need to look at in the future as we continue to grow?
I'm not quite following the question.
Bill, the two current PACs have high use within our existing structure. As we continue to expand, and you yourself said we have, several schools on the drawing board horizon. As we continue to grow, how is that going to affect those two existing facilities? Will we need to be looking at a third facility?
I think at some point we definitely would, and I think the decision to build the first Performing Arts Center at Sheldon and then to add the second one at Cosumnes Oaks, those are kind of one-off decisions that are made sort of based on the needs and the anticipated needs that occur right at that point. And then there has to be resources available to actually construct those facilities, because they're not considered, the high school where they reside isn't necessarily burdened with providing that space. So it's sort of a put your finger in the air and see what the status of things are. And I think that the high demand that our existing facilities have points towards the need for another facility at some point in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Did I cover your question?
Right. Let me ask you a question, Chris. With respect to the current impact and certainly future impact on Performing Arts Center, have we ever explored the concept of the development of a foundation to support arts, not only within the district, but within all the communities, and get some kind of shared cost on their operations?
So there is actually some energy around the foundation piece. The other piece, and I've spoke to this before, in, at board meetings and also within staff. One of the things that we're trying to make sure that we do a really, really good job of is being good stewards of the resources that we currently have. And so those are the dollars that come from the state with regards to LCFF and our regular funding, and making sure that we're getting the biggest bang for our buck for the dollars that we have available to us. It's also doing things like Measure M, and doing Measure M when we've gone to the community and said, we need additional dollars to be able to take this bill. We can't fund the facility needs that we have without having additional dollars to do that. I think the good stewardship of our general allocations, being good stewards of Measure M, leads us to the opportunity, and actually Mr. Mate and Mr. Pierce and I have had this conversation, at some point, whether it's a foundation or a parcel tax, where you go out to the community and you say, we are doing all the programming and services to the best of our ability with the resources we currently have. If we want to have a technology process in place where we know how technology is going to be updated and modern across all of our school sites on a regular basis. If we want to have K-12 VAPA program, if there's 3 or 4 things that we want that are above and beyond what we can currently afford to do with the good stewardship of the resources we have, a parcel tax might be the answer to that. Other communities have done that, and I think that may be something that is in our future, provided we can clearly articulate what we're currently doing well with the dollars we have. So whether that be a foundation and or a parcel tax, or both down the road, I think that's definitely on the up for discussion. Obviously, we need direction from the board to go that way, but a conversation we're already having with a couple of community members as well as staff.
Thank you. Ann, thank you. Oh, she has.
Just recognizing the importance of performing arts in the educational system was part of, we heard that loud and clear, and particularly your performing arts staff had some strong opinions on the question that you asked about having additional options for performing. And so what we did, and you'll see this if you look particularly in the secondary schools, is we included a focus on theater arts, regardless of whether you have actually the performing arts theater. So black box and experimental theater, as well as drama and that sort of thing, included in as part of campuses. So the formalized performing arts centers are one way of sharing those skills. Another way is the on-site black box theaters and other support spaces for theater arts. So, so we can kind of ratchet the facilities for that to the most, the most intense, which would be your performing arts, to the on-site versions that allow you to have those experiences without necessarily having the performing arts there. So we're trying to find the best of both worlds there, so that it would alleviate your, or help you bridge the gap between the 2 facilities you have now and the future expansion, if that happens.
Okay. When you had your focus groups, and with this topic in particular, did it include community people? And did it include community people who are involved in the arts in the community?
Yeah, definitely at the community summit we had in May, there were, at the table I sat at that night, there were a couple of folks who talked about the performing arts being a big draw in this community, and something that there's a lot of student engagement, family engagement around that. So I didn't necessarily hear in that conversation that night that we need more of them, but I did hear that there was a lot of value placed on it, and that it was a real catalyst for engagement, family engagement, community engagement. So I think building off of that, what we try to do in this document is give you some flexibility in terms of how those programs are expanded going forward. So in the optional additional section, as Amy mentioned there, we've described a black box theater, which is really a multi-use performing space that can be some of the projects we've done, they're actually used as, physical education spaces sometimes, and then there's a way of blocking out light for performances. So that type of space is described in the document in addition to the full-blown performing arts centers, but it is a way to enhance those programs, expand the offerings without necessarily having to fund an entire new performing arts center.
Recommendations that differed from the existing block boxes?
Yeah, more of recommendations that are based on a multimodal performing space that's flexible in its use, so that it can be used for dance, for yoga, for things like that that require a sprung floor, but that it also can be a place where performances happen and audience members are able to come in and witness performances.
Okay, and that within that it include recommendations or discussions on size?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are quantitative parameters in that whole section, as well as a couple of images that show kind of a daytime, windows open, and then curtains drawn. So those are in there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just all from my colleagues here, it certainly appears we had a very inclusion process that we went throughout our community that led up to this today. So it just sounds really good, a good thorough report. I had some questions, but Ms. Fortuna kind of covered that about the performing arts, that the capacity that we're at and how we're utilizing it today, and the parking. It's pretty compressed right now, that the ones that we do have and use, and we're getting a lot out of them, but we're outgrowing them as well too. The other part I wanted to ask too is 25 years ago, I remember when we came up with the concept of the middle and high school next to each other, and so we're still, I'm curious, as a community, what was some of the likes or dislikes about that? I see we still have it here in terms of middle school, high school together. Was there very much comment on that from pros and cons, or?
I would have to say, and part of this comes off the fact that we were building off the facilities master plan, which identified the co-located middle school and high schools as the direction that we were going. So I don't want to say that the case was closed, but it was sort of a given that was the model that we were going to proceed with. There wasn't a lot of conversation about it one way or the other. I don't think there certainly wasn't any significant opposition to it brought up during this process.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious because we learned a lot, and I was around when we went through the concept of middle school, high schools together, and Sheldon High School was one of the first ones, and we botched that up in terms of the egress and ingress out of there. It was horrible, and then we had Franklin, and the best one we've done is probably Pleasant Grove in terms of access, moving in and out of there. So I was just curious how much comments that you folks received on that in terms of the.
Well, I get comments about that every week, so.
I bet you do.
Yeah, I think, as we look back at some of our earlier schools and the era that they were built, and the emphasis on automobile travel was much less. And now, of course, that has changed a little bit, and that may change again in the future, some of us hope. So I think that the issue of access and mobility on campus and the ability for everybody to get to school safely and to leave school safely is going to be with us for as long as we can imagine. And so again, when we are planning specific school projects, that traffic parameters will be an important part of it. And as you alluded to, the supporting street network also has to be in place in order for the school portion of it to function properly.
Yeah, I think it's very important. I mean, I like the concept of the middle school, high school together, and particularly when we talk about the parameters of enrollment, and I know that's capacity versus trying to keep it at a certain enrollment. And I think it's critical that we keep our high schools at a controllable enrollment process, with the 2,200 there, and that's something we have to work on as a board and as a district as well too, as we move forward on that.
Right.
As
Okay.
we hear educationally throughout the rest of the country and beyond, is there's an increase in the interest in having 612, 712 campuses because of educational opportunities for kiddos. So regardless of the configuration of the campus or the parking and logistical issues, the idea that a middle schooler can take high school level classes, that a high schooler can get supports that range, is a positive, and we're seeing more and more schools go to a blended model, not just
Sure.
a co-located model. So it's an interesting shift, education will shift around, but you've got best of both worlds because you have some of both.
Right. Okay, thank you for the wonderful report, and we'll be coming back to us on it.
Yes, so logistically, if you have further questions and comments, by all means, send those to Mr. Hoffman, and he can forward them to the team. We will be sending the document that you see, and now that we've presented it to you, we'll be sending that out to our 3 advisory teams. We had a leadership team, an elementary team, and a secondary team. This will be their final chance to review and comment on it, and we hope to collect all of that information by February 7th in order to get it into the agenda process for your February 19th board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. It's so much fun.
It's been our pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we'll call on now the annual preschool education update, Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you, President Mattis, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Appreciate the opportunity to share information about our preschool programs, both general ed and special education. I'm joined, and I'm going to turn it over in just about 30 seconds to Ms. Wright, one of our school directors working with and supporting our elementary schools. And while the PowerPoint says Doug Phillips, Mr. Phillips is under the weather, and we've got somebody jumping in, and that's Ms. Jennifer Lipsky, and Jen is one of our program specialists and will do a fabulous job. She's been with the district and with the program, pre-K program for years, and is one of the core key architects of our program. So before I do that, I just want to jump in, and I'm going to circumvent this just a second, and it's because the number one question that I get regarding special education in particular, and I just want to put the number out there so folks know, is I'm asked because of the ASD growth. And so I'm asked all the time, so how many programs do we have and how fast is it growing? So a quick history lesson, the first program was in 2003-04, is when we had our first self-contained ASD program. So in roughly 15 years, we've gone from that program to the current number as of today is 62. We'll be adding 4 more in March, and those 4 are part of the additions that we had to make mid-year above what our projections were that necessitated the budget adjustment that we had to make. So by March, we'll have 66. It's safe to say that when we start the school year, the traditional school year, in the middle of August, that we will exceed 70. And that's the equivalent of 2 full elementary classrooms when you look at the number of classrooms. And so something that we are working on, and I'll be bringing with the special ed team to the superintendent and cabinet, is the long-range facility considerations for our ASD, pre-K ASD program. With that, I'll turn it over to Yvonne.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to share with you about our preschool programs and the services that we provide for our youngest children in Elk Grove Unified School District and the services for their families. The preschool philosophy encompasses literacy, math, social and emotional learning for our students, as well as including parents as partners in education. This year, we will invest approximately $7 million to implement high-quality preschools in order to ensure that students have early learning experience that facilitate their successful transition to TK and K and their continued learning throughout their education. We will measure our progress using a variety of assessment tools. Preschool is multi-funded. It is funded from federal funds as well as state funds and also some local funding. Our Head Start, our federal funds are funded annually as well as our state funds. First 5 funds are funded every 3 years, and we also receiving some funds through our quality measures, and that is based on the quality of our programs. Our recent funding has been from 2018 through the 2020 cycle for QRIS. I want to give you a brief overview of our programs. Our first program, Head Start program, is a federally funded program. The eligibility for this program is an income-eligible program, and it serves our 4-year-old students. We also have state programs that are state-funded programs. It is also income eligibility for these programs. It serves 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. And we have a Title I program, which is also a 4-year-old program. There are no income guidelines for this program. Students are eligible for these programs based on their residing in a Title I attendance area. The income guidelines are based on the size of the family, monthly or gross income. We use a family size of 2 and above to determine the income of the family. You'll notice that the Head Start guidelines are lower than the state income guidelines, meaning that our Head Start children are our neediest families in the district. Without providing services for our Head Start families, they would not receive quality programs. We are proud to employ quality employees in Elk Grove Unified School District for our preschools. This year we are employing 91 employees, and that is classified as well as certificated staff. We do currently have 5 vacancies, and that's 3 teachers, a secretary, and a paraeducator. It's that we have a number of employees and staff ranging from teachers, program specialists, coaches, social workers, a number of staff that support the needs of our students and families in preschool. We have a variety of programs that address the needs of our preschoolers from age 3 to 4s. About 6 different programs servicing 47 classrooms, about 1,012 students who participate in our preschool programs. Our 0 to 3 playgroups meet twice a week for 1.5 hours when they meet. Our 3K state program is our preschool program where we have 3-year-olds in a classroom. Those 3-year-olds would sometimes normally go into a 4-year-old program, but we have enough 3-year-olds to have a single classroom on their own. We have 3 sites that have the 3K program. We have full-day Head Start, half-day Head Start, state preschools, and Title I preschools. 16 of our sites have preschool programs. West is our newest addition this year. Each site has a minimum of 2 preschool programs. You'll see that a number of our sites have up to 6 preschool programs. We have 4 schedules of our preschool programs. Our Head Start has a full-day program and a part-day program. Our full-day program is a 6-hour program, Monday through Friday, with 173 contact days. Our part-day program for Head Start is a 3.5-hour day, Monday through Thursday, with 132 contact days. The state program is a 3-hour program, Monday through Friday. It's similar to our traditional kindergarten schedule for 180 contact days. Our Title I program is 2.5 hours per day, Monday through Friday, for 169 contact days. Our preschool community has developed an LCAP that was developed and aligned to the 4 strategic goals of our district. And it also relates to their philosophy about curriculum goals, their assessment strategies, providing equitable opportunities for students, and including family and engagement. The services that we provide for our families and children are really evident in the positions that we have designated to support our families and our children. They're unique to preschool and support our philosophy and our overall mission. Preschool uses a research-based curriculum that fosters confidence, creative thinking, and critical thinking. It is done through play, imagination, storytelling. Children have opportunities to discover and realize on their own. It's very engaging. Teachers have been very pleased with the progress that they've seen in their children in terms of their learning and developing readiness skills for kindergarten. Preschool has developed a communication tool to communicate the activities, the professional development, all of their assessments, so that all the stakeholders in the preschool community are able to focus on the continued development of a preschool program that enhances the preschool students and on their journey towards being ready for kindergarten. There are 6 different assessments that preschool educators use. Those 6 assessments not only assess the readiness skills of preschool students, but also assesses the classroom environment as well as environment of the preschool program. There are assessments also used as screeners to identify children's needs, and if students need additional needs, for evaluations, for interventions if necessary, those screeners are very helpful for teachers. Teachers are receiving very extensive professional development this year, last year and this year, on the teaching pyramid. The teaching pyramid is a framework that is based on positive behavior interventions and supports. This model is also a part of their parent professional development and the parent workshops and training, so that parents can support positive behavior intervention supports at home as well. It also aligns and connects with the work that we're doing in K through 6 in positive behavior intervention and supports. In Module 3 of their professional development on intensive intervention, the teachers have been working on identifying individual intervention for students, and in their work on individual intervention students have led to identifying children early for individual needs beyond what the teacher can provide in the classroom. Some of that has resulted in referring students for additional assessments, and those assessments sometimes lead for special education services. As I said before, parent engagement and parent involvement is an integral part of the preschool program. This is a calendar that shows, a year-long calendar that shows the series of parent workshops that are offered for our pre-K parents. Parents sometimes have an opportunity to participate in the workshops more than once, or it's offered more than once so that more parents can engage in the workshops. And our accomplishments. We are continue to focus on the teaching pyramid as it supports not only our students, but it also supports our parents and how they support their students learning at home. And this is, our coaches help to implement the learning on the teaching pyramid. We're also we're awarded QRS for having quality early learning programs. Again, the QRIS rating scale is really an accomplishment because it tells us that the rating scale has validated that our programs are quality programs. We'll continue to incorporate the on-grade reading level into preschool programs, which closely aligns the preschool to the K through 6 program. We'll also continue to our online parent engagement education, supporting parents working with schools. And another highlight is the addition of the preschool at Irene B. West. Oops. Our next steps are to continue our needs assessment process and continue our collaboration with RED on long-term monitoring of school readiness for our students, continue our integration with sites and collaboration with EGA on standardized days and hours, but also to expand our programs to new Title I sites.
Morning. This is going to be kind of the overview of our pre-K special ed program and also talking about some of the data and the progress that we've seen in our students. Our continuum of services has everything from, well, within the district we can offer the regular preschool programs such as the Head Start, Title I, and state preschools, all the way through to a non-public school if we need to go in that direction. Currently, we don't have any children who are attending a non-public school at the preschool level because we have capacity in district to serve their needs. We've got a total of 36 programs between our autism-specific classes and then the non-autism programs. We have from least restrictive to most restrictive. We would look at what we call our integrated preschool programs, which allow 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds to be in class with their typically developing peers for a portion of each week. Our 3-year-olds have access to typical peers twice a week, and 4-year-olds have access to typical peers 3 times a week. And then on the days where the peers aren't there, they do some scaffolding of skills, some front loading of skills so that they can participate with their peers for a lot of that instructional learning. We also have our PALS program, which is divided into 3 different levels, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. We also have our moderate to severe self-contained preschools for kids who aren't quite ready to be in a mainstream environment, usually because of health concerns. So our medically fragile students tend to end up in those programs as well. For kids who don't necessarily need a preschool program but need some speech-language supports, we have a specialized speech program, a specialized language program, and also the instruction, the speech therapy that can take place at the home schools. This just kind of lists out all of the different programs that we have, and we can talk a little bit more about those classes and who gets assigned to those classes. Integrated preschool is really designed for kids who are functioning up to 50%, so their delays are less than 50% of their chronological age. So they're going to be kids that are functioning at, above the 1.5 to 2 year level across the board. Our moderate severe preschool is really designed for kids who are functioning at less than half of their chronological age. So those are kids who are functioning less than 18 months. Many of them, again, also have medical needs. We have our diagnostic preschool, which is in accordance with our ABS program. It's at the preschool level and designed primarily for our 4-year-old students, and it's for kids who really need a focus on behavior. Many times it's for students who have been asked to exit other public preschools or private preschool programs because of behavior. So we place them with us to try and get the behaviors under control so we can get them back into a regular environment. In the PALS program specifically, there's 3 different levels of classes. We've got our highly intensive classes, which is really designed for kids who have had very little intervention and require a lot of one-to-one support. Most of them don't have a functional communication system. They have a lot of behavioral excesses and need a lot of support around their behavior, have very few classroom readiness skills. The PALS program is a very fluid program, so as kids gain more skills, we're able to move them up into less restrictive classrooms. Once they move into our intensive level class, they're able to have some time with typical peers. So about 40% of their day is with typical peers, and then when they move into the integrative class, 60% of their day is with typical peers. That program functions very much like a regular preschool environment. The organization and class descriptions, our integrated preschools and mod severe preschools are all half-day programs. 3-year-olds attend 2 hours a day, 4 days a week. 4-year-olds attend 3 hours a day, 4 days a week. In the diagnostic preschool, it's primarily designed for 4-year-old students, and those students are attending 2 hours a day. Based on recommendations for best practices for working with students with autism, we've kept our autism classes at a full day, a 5-hour program, 4 days a week. In the highly intensive program, it's really working on getting some of those classroom readiness skills in place. And then in our intensive program is designed for kids who are able to work in a small group. And our integrative class is designed for kids who are able to work in a large group and are working more towards going into a regular kindergarten program after they leave our preschool classes. We use a variety of different curricula in our programs. We have an autism-specific program that we use in our PALS program called the Work in Progress that targets the deficit areas of language, behavior, and socialization. But then we supplement that with a Handwriting Without Tears program with the unique learning system. So it really is a full program for our students. They're going to be targeting skills across all of the developmental areas, not just the ones that are impacted by their autism. Our preschool programs also have some collaboration time. So we used to call them our Autism Behavior Support Providers, or ABSPs. Now we call them our Behavior Support Specialists because they are supporting all of our preschool programs. We also have a speech language pathologist and an occupational therapist who are assigned to each one of our classrooms. And some of the programs also have a physical therapist based on the needs of the students. One of the best things I think about our preschool classes, and one of the models that we use throughout our programs here in Elk Grove, is the integrated model for OT and for speech language. This allows the occupational therapist or speech therapist to work directly in the classroom with the classroom staff. One of the concerns that we hear from parents very often is that 30 minutes of speech isn't enough, or 30 minutes of occupational therapy isn't enough for their child, and we agree, which is why this model has been so successful. It allows the staff to train our classroom staff so that those strategies to elicit language or to address their fine motor or sensory needs can happen throughout the entire instructional week and not just when the therapist is in the classroom. The behavior support and our model for that is really based on a training model where the behaviorist provides training to our staff and then comes back in to make sure that what they've been trained on is able to be implemented with fidelity in the classroom. So they'll work on evidence-based practices that we've identified as being appropriate for being in the preschool programs, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then they go back into the classroom on a regular basis to do some hands-on coaching and guiding staff on how to implement those programs so that it can benefit our students. In 2011-12, we started what we call the APDAR process. which is the Autism Program Development and Review. It was developed by Patty Shutter, who has done a lot of work with the district. And basically, it's a self-review that districts can use to kind of measure how effective their programs are, what's being implemented in the programs, and how that's working for students. It really is, in general, a tool that teachers and leadership can use to review our program effectiveness. In 2012, our preschool teachers participated in the APDAR review, and as a result of that self-review, we made some changes to our preschool autism program. We added a behaviorist to support staff. We made the decision with our teachers to group our students based on skills and abilities, so we leveled our classrooms, which gives us that highly intensive and integrative structure for our programs. We selected a curriculum that had a scope and sequence that could meet the needs of all of our students and would target their core areas of deficit. We put some program-wide systems into play so that we had district-wide systems instead of individual classroom systems. And we developed a training model that could be effective for our staff. As I alluded to a little bit earlier, the training model is really based on our evidence-based practices, and it's a term that we use a lot in our PALS program in general. There's lots of interventions that are out there for students with autism, but we want to use the ones that we know the research is supporting. And these are also not specific to autism. If we're looking at the core deficits of these students, we're looking at deficits in language or behavior and socialization, and those are deficits that we see across all of our programs. So these are really strategies that we can use within all of our classrooms. There's two major organizations that have identified evidence-based practices. One is the National Autism Center that has what we call comprehensive treatment packages, where they will group some of these ideas together. The National Professional Development Center for Autism Spectrum Disorders is the other group, and they have some targeted intervention practices. This chart kind of shows you the differences and how those two organizations are looking at the evidence-based practices and which ones are adopted by which of the agencies. As a district, we pretty much rely more on the NPDC, the National Professional Development Center, and those recommendations. So we've divided our evidence-based practices that we're using in our classrooms in the district into 3 different levels. The foundational EVPs are our visual support, the physical structure, our visual schedules and visual cues, reinforcement and functional communication. We know that those are kind of the foundational skills that we need to have in all of our programs for students with autism. We use instructional evidence-based practices like discrete trial training, pivotal response training, and task analysis. And then we use some social and behavioral supports like the social skills training, our peer-mediated instruction and intervention, and some social narratives. And these are always a little bit fluid. It's based on the skills of the students that are in the classroom, so we might target different EVPs in a classroom based on the students that are attending. Our programs are also using the basic principles of applied behavior analysis. That's kind of the larger body of research that if you know about the in-home programs or some of the programs that used to be funded by the regional center and now being funded by private insurance that parents can receive either through a center or in-home, it's the same body of research that would oversee those programs as well. This is a 3-year comparison. We moved to the center-based model for our preschool programs for the 2017-2018 school year. In 2016-17, we had 19 teachers across 5 sites with 1 autism behavior support provider or behaviorist and 1 program specialist. In 2017-18, we moved to 19 teachers across 7 sites. We added 2 more behaviorists and still 1 program specialist. And this current year, 22 teachers, which is increasing to 26 by March, across 8 sites, which will increase to 10, 3 behaviorists and 1 program specialist. When we look at the transitions for our students, so the majority of our students do start out in our highly intensive classes because they've had very little intervention or they've had no classroom experience. So the only experience they have is one-to-one with an adult, and wouldn't have the skills to work in a small group, which is necessary in our intensive class. When we look at the number of transitions to a less restrictive classroom, so either highly intensive to intensive or intensive to integrative, over the 3 years, you can kind of see the progression. Before we implemented the center-based model in 15-16 and 16-17, we had 30 or 40 students transitioning from our highly intensive to intensive programs. Once we implemented the model, that number jumped to 76. We also saw an increase in the kids from intensive to integrative and an integrative to inclusive ed. Our numbers so far this year, we had the numbers through November. They're much higher now. I think we're over 50 for our highly intensive to intensive and close to 50 for intensive to integrative. That's to date, and we still have another 5 or 6 months of the school year to go. One of the other things to note is that as of November, we had 291 students enrolled in our PALS program. At the end of the 2017-18 school year, there were 292 students enrolled. So our growth is continuing in the preschool world. The percentage of transitions per level, once we implemented the model, our center-based model, we had an 8% increase in the kids that were transitioning from a highly intensive to intensive program during the year, a 17% increase of kids who transitioned from intensive to integrative, and a 38% increase of students who were kindergarten age and were then transitioning from a self-contained classroom into a general ed environment. There were actually 38 of our students that, or 36 of our students, I believe, that transitioned from our self-contained preschool program into a gen ed kinder, which is exciting. And this is just the total transitions to a less restrictive environment, so not specifically by level, but you can see for 2017-18, we had a 21% increase in the number of, or the percentage of students that were transitioning to a less restrictive setting over the school year once we got the center model up and running. We also have an assessment center, a district preschool assessment center housed out at Donner Elementary School. There's staff there that works with the regional center and SCOE for kids that are 33 months old, turning 3, and are going to be joining the school district. They do all of the assessments to determine whether or not those students are going to be eligible for special education services. The way that it's structured currently is it runs like a regular preschool program where we have an assessment preschool with 5 typically developing students, and we can place up to 5 students that are going to require assessment and figure out what those students' needs are. They attend that preschool program for a week. All of the assessments are done there, observations, direct assessment, parent interviews, and then the IEPs are held and the recommendations are made. In charting the assessments there, that program opened back in 2009, I believe, the 2009-2010 school year. But if we look at just the last few years, in 2015-16, we did just over 250 assessments. Last year, we were closer to 300 assessments, with 121 of them completed by December. We don't have our numbers this year because we're only in January, but we've already, by December, we had completed 150 assessments at the assessment center, which puts us on target for over 300. We're already about 30 students over where we were the previous year.
Okay, Mr. Fortina, do you any questions or comment?
I have a sheet of questions, and before I would begin, since there's 6 of us here, and it's 5 after 12, what do you want to do? Are we going to just continue, or we have till 12:30, don't we? Let me cancel that, what I was saying.
We're actually scheduled till noon on that.
No, it is noon.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
noon.
I'll go back to my question. Are we going to begin questioning, or? Hold it? What are we going to do? Because I do have a lot.
Well, what do you guys want to break right now, or you want to continue on?
Why don't we push through to 12:30? We'll do our, there's just a recommendation. Do our break, see how this goes. We scheduled 90 minutes for the safety and security piece. My bet is that one might not take as long as anticipated. This one obviously looks like it's going to take longer, so we may make up something in there in between those two items. So,
Okay.
and we can make an adjustment, if we needed to. After the break, but I think let's go forward because I think to leave this undone would be
we'll go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
productive.
Tina, you guys.
Okay, then I'll start. What are the differences between having a full-day Head Start and half-day Head Start? Why do we have both? Yeah.
Can you speak into the mic?
We have the opportunity to have a full-day Head Start programs. And that was prior to me coming. So I'll have to say that I don't know the rationale for extending the day, so.
I think it's coming.
Ms. Avey will come up.
Good afternoon, actually, now. Excuse my voice, I have a bit of a cold. So when we started the full-day program, it was actually originally came out from some guidelines from Head Start that were directing our program that by 2020, we would have to have so many of our classes be a full-day program. Since then, the guidelines have changed, but in that process, we jumped ahead to do 2 pilots. And our goal with that was to be able to gather some information about how the program benefited kids. But overall, what we found also was a need for our community because we have Head Start is our neediest program, and it's a program designed for early intervention. And we looked at the benefits of full day versus half day and saw that providing a whole day of language experiences to our students who are our neediest, from our neediest families would be beneficial.
And when we petition to have full day, does it come then with additional financial resources?
We did a co-mingling of our funds, so we used Head Start funds, and then what used to be Title I classes is we looked at how we could extend the school day as an intervention for our Title I students. So in this case, our families qualify through the Head Start guidelines, but they also are programs that are held at Title I schools.
Okay. With respect to all the different programs, what type of waiting list do we currently have for parent requests for student placement? Do we have waiting lists? Are we serving all the kids?
We do. We're actually required to keep a waiting list because of enrollment practices for funding for state and Head Start. So we keep anywhere from 20 to 40 students. So we're actually actively recruiting at all times. And what happens because of the close partnership with our special ed programs, some of the students that are moving into their programs, we are backfilling, if you will, with our waitlist students so that we can keep our attendance up.
Okay, and you hit on one of my questions. What is the recruitment process?
We do heavy advertising, mostly at our Title I schools, just because of where the income population is. But we also do advertisement through social media in conjunction with our communications department, with the local newspapers. But to be honest with you, the majority of our enrollment comes from just the notifications we do to families at our sites.
Okay. The slides are a number, but preschool LCAP program goals, number 4 says, or excuse me, number 3. Is it number 3 or 4? On that one. Number 4, excuse me. Number 4 says all students will benefit from programs and services designed to inform and involve family, and community partners. What are you doing to increase the level of participation?
Do you mean specifically with our families or with community partners?
With the families.
You know what, I'm quite proud of, and just in our transition of working together, of the work we do with our families. Most of the parent nights that we have planned are specifically set up based on surveys that parents give us at the beginning of the year when we do enrollment. So in terms of that, I think we're always looking at how we can better meet our families' needs. Some of the things that we didn't go directly into in the presentation is some of the work that's done before school when parents are bringing their students in, and the work that's done when they are picking up. And sometimes it's 5-minute informal presentations or information that's handed out. I hope that helps.
That's all helpful, but with the data that is shared in the monthly newsletters from Head Start show a low parent participation in program. So what are we doing to help parents understand the importance of their attendance? Because that's one of the critical factors in providing program, parent involvement, so that parents learn how to work with their kids. So what are we doing to get the numbers up?
So one of the pieces that we're looking into, and it was set up last year and it's part of the needs assessment that's being done this year, is to look at how we can better meet our family needs. What we're finding out is some of the evening pieces that we have traditionally done aren't beneficial to parents. So it's looking at how we can hold events that better meet parent needs and timeframes. And again, that's part of our needs assessment that we're doing this year.
Okay. Okay, let me go back down here. Okay. All right. On the slide that says next steps, bullet number 3 says continue collaboration with EGA to standardize days, hours, and minutes of the program. What does that mean?
So last year, actually, starting 3 years ago when I first came into the director position, we put a committee together and looked at the needs of the program. And what we did is, part of that committee was Maggie Ellis and our pre-K representative. And we looked at expanding the time frames for kids. So if you look at our Title I program, they used to run for 3 days a week. Now they're 5 days a week for 2.5 hours, and they used to be 3 days a week for 3 hours. So we increased them from 9 hours a week to 12.5 hours, and put those Title I teachers who were fulfilling that part of their contract on a 5-day work week. And then some of the other things we looked at were attendance at staff meetings, because they're staff members at their school sites, and we also looked at the time that they were having what we would call grade level meetings and incorporated that into grade level and PLC meetings.
And there's a lot of challenges with regards to the different requirements of each program. So the collaboration with EGA and the district team has been, how can we more closely align, and in some cases put teachers that are doing one program with another and make them a full-time employee. So there was a lot of conversation in trying to maximize resources, which included people as well as dollars in providing services, improving services to kids.
So all of the teachers in the program are not 1 FTEs?
No, there's on average we have 0.6, 60%. 1.0, and then we also have a few 1.2 employees.
Okay. And when you look at hours, you're talking about hours per preschool teacher, so that the teachers that are working the same number of hours, even though those teachers work considerably less hours than all the teachers in the general ed program.
All of our teachers fulfill their obligations for their contract each week, and that's one of the pieces that we worked at, making sure that was happening.
So if they have kids for 3 hours a day and they're being paid for 7.5 hours, what do they do with the additional hours? Because the salary schedule is based on a 7.5-hour day, no?
So part of how that's set up, we could go back and look at the different schedules. So depending on how the contract is set up, so you could have a state teacher who would be a .6 contract, which is 5 days a week for 3 hours. And then if they're partnered with a .4, which would be one of our Title I programs, that would be a 1.0 position. They also work, they have a second class who comes in 5 days a week for 2.5 hours. And so in between that time, we also give them their lunch break, and they also have their prep time as other teachers do.
And when they don't have kids in the classroom, what level of home visitation are they doing?
Yeah, they fulfill all of the requirements that are set up from Head Start in terms of the home visits, which aren't the same type of visits that we have set up with our FACE department, and then also the regular contact logs that they have to do. The only teaching position on Friday afternoons is the Head Start class that doesn't have children in attendance, and that is actually set up to meet the needs of the paperwork requirements and the family requirements of reaching out to them and some of the assessments that have to be done according to Head Start requirements.
So I guess the answer is we don't do pair visitations on Fridays when they don't have children.
They might. It depends. We have scheduled time for conferences, which we could refer to a calendar when students aren't in attendance. So those are the dedicated time periods, but then we also have time periods that are set up for follow-up. And it really just varies on the family needs, because part of Head Start is supporting families in some of their questions as well.
Okay. The last bullet says expand programs to new Title I sites. Last year or the year before, we implemented a new model on the utilization of those dollars to identify more elementary sites. With respect to your Title I funding, are you going to use existing funding to expand, to add the new sites, or are you getting additional financial resources to expand additional new sites?
The current program runs off the current allotment for preschool, and to be perfectly frank, most of our constraints on expansion are just facilities because of actual space that we have in the district.
Okay. And then I have just one more. You know, I have good familiarization with the model for our kids on the autistic spectrum, and I noticed that we have, you know, a number of support people assigned to classrooms so they can be involved with kids. For the kids in those programs, and it was mentioned that, you know, some parents don't think the amount of service is sufficient, and certainly when I worked, I don't know that I had any parents that thought the level of service they received was sufficient. Are the services given based on the IEP of the child?
Absolutely. The IEP team determines what would be appropriate for those students. We offer the integrated model in all of our programs, but there are also some students who will get direct service because that's what they require.
Okay. Having the one person, and given that the IEPs determine the level of service, it kind of like begs the question, do we write IEPs to ensure that the total don't go over one, or do we have the one, therefore when we write IEPs we make sure that that person's caseload is sufficient to justify the one FTE? Does it just work out that way? I mean,
no, and in fact in some cases we've had to bring in additional supports, just depending on the amount of time that needs to be provided to that classroom.
okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Good.
A lot of questions. Maybe we solved all our questions. Go ahead.
That was a wonderful presentation. You'd think we wouldn't have any questions because you provided so much information. And I want to start by saying I'm so proud of the work that's being done to serve these kids. You know, the last couple of times that our preschool programs and our special ed preschool programs have come up, the word that's been used most commonly to describe them is robust, and I think the presentation really, really gives a sense of that. Let's see, my questions are, starting with the first half of the presentation, I was just wondering, is the LCAP something we do voluntarily, or is this LCAP actually mandated by the state?
Are you talking about the preschools?
Yeah.
So what we did is we have foundations that come from Head Start, and what we did is aligned our goals based on assessments from the foundations to our district goals, which is part of the district LCAP.
Right.
So it's not as a robust of a document that school sites do in terms of the support, but it was part of the alignment process to make sure the work we're doing in our preschool programs is directly related to the college and career goals of all of our students.
Right. Okay. Our new governor has spoken openly about his own struggles to overcome, apparently very successfully, his dyslexia. And there's talk about increasing dyslexia screenings as early as possible. But of course, that's a challenge with kids who don't know how to read yet and are naturally going to mix up their letters. Do we do any dyslexia screening in the preschools?
We don't, no. And we follow the preschool learning foundations in terms of looking at what the goals should be and where we expect kids to be, and they are not even really looking at that letter identification and those things until the start of kindergarten.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's see. I appreciated seeing that there are a number of, I think they were called bilingual family advocates. I'm curious, what kind of English language development services do kids in this age group actually receive?
So part of the piece that has recently come out is a little more guidelines on that. But up until recently, the way the program has been looked at, it's all language development. And then what we've done and started 2 years ago, actually in conjunction with our ELS department, is utilizing coaches from the ELS department who were from preschool, previous experience, and who've come in and really focused on that student talk time and how to establish structured interactions between students. And then there's more coming out that's giving more direct guidelines through SCOE and some modules on how we can address some of the specific needs for our second language learners. Part of the DRDP, though, does have a component where we track the progress of our second language learners a little more carefully.
Okay, thank you.
I also had a question that had to do with coaches. We have 2 coaches. Are they full-time in?
They are. They're both full-time.
They're both full-time. I went to see the preschools, and I appreciate that we're not trying to make preschool first grade, that it's play-based, it's experiential-based, and it was very, well, in my experience and my beliefs, I just think it's the right, it's so age appropriate the way we do it. So I just wanted to compliment the department on that. And the group meal times and the social skills we're teaching, I think, are excellent. I know we were trying to work on, you said we changed the Title I some, and then when we opened McGarvey, did we adjust a preschool that went with the school hours? Did that happen, or did you find that successful? You were talking about drop-offs and pickups lining up to their school sites.
So at McGarvey, specifically, we don't have a preschool program, but we were successful in, for the most part, in aligning the start and end times of our programs. Some of them, there's constraints on it just because of the time frames of student contact with Head Start versus state. But for the most part where we are, and that's kind of our continued work, is to continue to look at making sure that's supporting the needs of families. And so I would say, without looking at the classes in front of me, I'd have to go back and look at it. I would say we're pretty close to having aligned start times.
I think that's helpful for families, definitely. And then I just encourage you, it is, the parent participation is such an important part, and I think with your needs assessment, you are recognizing that's a struggle and a place we need to improve, and to use the expertise available to you through your FACE department, through the departments here where we found success. So I encourage you to keep growing that part. Thank you for a great presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. I don't have any questions since my colleagues, specifically Mr. Fortuna, asked a wide range of excellent questions. But I do want to commend you on an excellent report, specifically the accomplishments highlighted on page 19. Those are fantastic. And then also just recognizing that from within the special ed discussion that we are able to meet the needs, and so those students don't have to go to a non-public school. I think that's quite commendable. So thank you for that. Other than that, I also like that while it's not as robust, that we do have an LCAP portion, because it just aligns everything very nicely, and that we do go above and beyond that, even though it's not required that we do that. So just accolades on the great work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a lot of the questions have been answered. The only one probably I would like is on the first part of the presentation, along with, I think Ms. Fortuna brought it up, the participation, the attendance with the parents and by subgroups. Can you elaborate on that? Who's really participating? I know in the Title I schools, particularly in the Valley region, it's a very heavily Hispanic population as well as African American. I'm curious as to the participation rate, even with the children, the breakdown in those subgroups.
We can analyze that data and get that data back to you.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
I'd like to see that. Other than that, very good report. We appreciate it, and we're going to take a break now. Thank you. We'll be back about 20 minutes. All right, Mr. Cerruti, I guess we'll get going on the safety and security update recommendations.
Thank you, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Appreciate the opportunity to be providing information for you today. Our Director of Safety and Security, Mr. Joe Rosso, is going to be coming up in just a moment. I'll do we structured this in terms of how we oftentimes provide information to the board through a why, how, and what. I'll provide information on the why and the how, and then I'm going to turn it over to Joe, and he's going to get into the specifics of current staffing levels, proposed staffing levels, costs, and the actual proposal that we have. So the action that we're asking the board to take at the conclusion of the presentation is the approval of the service delivery model and the approval of the service provider. The why of this work, assurances of safe schools, and it's really a balance. You'll note some of the key characteristics is a balance of being proactive and responsive. It's consistency and adherence to the board policies and administrative regulations. Lots of considerations went into this to ensure that there's alignment with the adjustments that we've made. And in addition to that, there's also there's been adjustments, or there were law changes that took place about a year ago, for example, in terms of the age requirements as to when law enforcement is interviewing and talking to kids and so on and so forth. And so our thinking went in alignment with that. It's an integrated service approach, and then the provision of the highest quality service in a fiscally responsible manner. I think it's important to say, it's really not saying to the board, it's saying for the board, and if I say anything incorrectly in speaking for the board, but it's for the public, and that is that this work isn't something that was done in reaction to anything recently or even over the past year. In fact, I remember just prior, in the short interim between our superintendent and the prior superintendent, I was sitting down with Mr. Forcina and Ms. Singh Allen, and we were having conversations, and they shared with me at that time, when I was in the interim role, of an interests that they had and the board had in looking at and examining our police service model. And so it's something that has been looked at and considered for an extended period of time. And in particular, over the past 2 years, I know Joe's been working directly with Chris, but Joe and I have been having conversations as well. So I just point that out in terms of this isn't something that we've been working on for the past 6 months. This is actually several years in development. The priorities are, of course, safety and security. It's 24/7 coverage. And we're looking at a 3 to 6 year term. So we're looking at an extended term of the service delivery model that we're talking about. How did we do this? We went through a thorough analysis of the current model, both the positives and shortcomings. We utilized the decision-making model. So we look at input, output, and outcome data, gap and cause analysis, make a determination of the best types of interventions that we need into the system to develop the model that we are presenting to the board today. The options that we have is to continue our current model. We can seek another contract option. We could look at hiring our own employees, or we could look at a hybrid model. And as I said in just a moment, Joe is going to present that information to you. And our key planning considerations is we wanted to make sure that we're meeting the needs at all levels, including middle, elementary, and high school, including our alt-ed sites and our support, all of our support facilities. And again, moving from a reactive to a proactive philosophy. There will always be a need to react when a 911 call comes in. Reaction time is crucial, but also Joe will share with you the approach that we're taking in terms of our philosophy of a proactive model. The BPs and ARs in alignment with that. A multi-level integrated model, because the other thing that structurally has taken place is that under Joe's supervision, for example, is all of our campus supervisors and yard duty folks. And so that's enabled us to get common expectations, hiring practices, consistency in hiring practices and expectations, professional learning, et cetera. as well as our school security specialists and our school resource officers. And then, of course, our planning criteria, we obviously are going to be working at and looking at budget restraints, or in particular, how we can do this most efficiently and economically. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Joe, and he's going to get into the meat and potatoes of what we're talking about. Joe?
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to back up here just a bit to give you some background on how we came to the conclusions we came to in our recommendations. First of all, meet the needs of all levels. The old model SRO program almost defaulted to high schools being the priority. Officers were assigned to high schools. They had offices there. They spent most of their time there. And really the only time they left is if they were called off to do anything. What we've seen over the last 3 years, and I'll put it in context, prior to this division being established, there was a lot of data on what happened, but we really didn't have a good understanding of why it was happening, where it was happening, those types of things. So we've spent the last 3 years really kind of developing, and Mark has said we would meet from time to time, kind of go over this and get an idea where we're at. A lot of time was spent with Chris discussing these things, and we did really find out that the need is across the board. And over the last 3 years, we've seen a true need to begin to develop in the elementary school level. A lot of issues with parents, a lot of issues with custody, those types of things that are beginning to draw it off. So what it really brought us to was a more regional approach to where all of our resources would be region-based, based on the high school region model, but all of the schools, all the facilities within those regions will now be serviced fully by our safety and security resources. And that includes the support sites. When we look at the effect, and this really came home for me during the floods, when our transportation system was fairly limited by roadway closures, it had a big impact on us. It had a big impact on schools, which backs up into food services, backs up into ADA, backs into a lot of things. So it really kind of showed us how vulnerable we were if one of our support sites were to go down, or some of our assets were affected in that way. So even in this building, we have a school security specialist that's assigned to the building. It's rotated around, but a lot of positive feedback that we received, people just feeling more comfortable doing their job now as opposed to the way they were. Whether there's a perceived threat or not, there was angst. So looking at the support sites and everybody within the district as a true customer was a big part of this. That leads into removing from a reactive to a proactive. We were set piece, sitting at a site, call would come in, we would respond to it, but we really weren't doing anything to engage the community, get out, knock on the doors, visit the elementary schools, visit the middle schools, interact with these folks, see the kids walking back and forth to school, help them get across the street, all of those things that really could go to building relationships with the students. One of the initiatives we put in place, and it'll come fully online here in about a month, is we're going to have our own school security specialists acting as a school youth outreach. And we'll be doing things like bicycle safety, crosswalk safety, all of those things in a proactive outreach. The new BPs and the ARs, they're fully integrated, as Mark said, was specific to the language in the AR. We were having conversations almost 27 months ago on that very issue. And so when this came up, we were ready to move on to it. Multi-integrated model. This is really fits very nicely with the BP and the AR, in my opinion, because it establishes a level of interaction and who would be involved in that level of interaction. But now, as we're integrating our law enforcement assets with our campus supervisor and school security specialists, or yard duty, everybody's going to know their role, but they're all going to be related. We're going to go to a common briefing where all the people involved in security will meet each morning and brief and understand the issues that are going on, instead of having these 4 separate entities kind of going on doing their own thing. So we're beginning to train the yard duty at the same level that we have been working with the campus supervisors.
So we're starting basically 2 years ago this year, bringing them up to speed. There are some things that we think are priority that we're getting in front of them quickly. But anything in addition to safety, security, needs of special ed students, all the way through to Arbinger. They're going to be professionalized and trained as any other employee. Budget restraints are a huge part of this. When we looked at the numbers of what we were spending, and I will preface it by saying this. In California, taking LA Unified School Police out of the mix because their actual budget's bigger than ours, taking them out, on average, school districts are spending about $112 a student for safety and security. We're somewhere around 82 or 83. And I'm not saying that as we need more money. I think we're very efficient doing it, but we are on the side of being more proactive, but I think there's even some things we could do to help that along. And we are cognizant of the fact that every dollar that comes to us is leaving a classroom. And so as part of this new model, we looked at what we could do to be as efficient as we possibly can and make sure that our resources are being expended in a proper way. The current staffing model is based on the traditional SRO program. SROs are assigned to each of the high schools. As I say, there are regions within them, but the primary focus was the high school environment. We currently have 5 school security specialists that are responsible for all of the regions, plus the library, plus TRIG, and the Ed Center. And when you look at the Ed Center, food services, transportation, purchasing, warehouse, all the things that are there, there's a tremendous resource sitting there that is fairly vulnerable. You know, I think in this form, if I was going to attack a school district, I'd probably go after one of those kinds of assets because that's what's going to affect you the most. So we've deemed to be appropriate to do that. But this is very set piece. And in addition, at the bottom, we also have our after-hours patrol and our weekend. Part of the intent of the new staffing model and the new model in general is to officially make the switch from an 8-hour day operation 5 days a week to a 24/7. We've been doing it. We've just never memorialized it in the budget. We've never truly recognized it in the budget that it is a 24/7 operation. If you look at our staffing, it's like every other district line item. It's all of us for 8 hours, but it really doesn't recognize the fact that we are out there 24/7. Under the new model, which would be contracting with the Sheriff's Department for 7 deputies, 1 sergeant, 1 lieutenant, and also contracting with Elk Grove PD for 2 officers, which would give us 1 law enforcement officer per region. In addition to that, we would hire 5 additional school security specialists, which would give us one school security specialist per region, plus give us coverage for TRIG, the library, and the Ed Center. So all of this would be now covered with specific. Our goal is to take a team approach to this by having those folks assigned to those regions, but free from the high school. Where our intent is to pull them out of the high school, pull them out of their offices, and have them constantly roving, constantly visiting schools, constantly interacting with folks, the school security specialists and the law enforcement asset. We're going to be doing a lot more training with our school security specialists in understanding the roles of campus supervisor and yard duty. So they'll be our eyes and ears on a constant day-to-day basis to make sure that the things that we're expecting our campus supervisors and our yard duty to be doing are being done. And it also would include Franklin Library. That comes and goes to us. The hours we're there comes and goes, kind of depends on the contract, their adjustment of their hours, but it is a district resource. It is a library that services the school, irrespective of its public aspect, and so it's important we make sure that that thing is up and running and protected.
We're also looking at continuing our afternoon and evening patrols, and basically it's swing shift in graveyards, and then three full shifts on Saturdays and Sundays. Integrating all of this into our new dispatch center, which we just recently upgraded the radio systems in. We just hired or just put forward our fourth position for dispatcher, so we'll be integrating the alarm system, all the camera systems, and those things as they come online into a centralized location that will be able to take immediate action on any issues that may arise. And so we're looking at this as much more integrated, much more geared towards addressing the issues that we're seeing. And again, especially when it comes to threat assessments, whether it's outright threat or mental issues, which we see a lot. More and more of those at the elementary level, so we're working to build those skills. So we see it as a much more comprehensive package, much more nimble, much more proactive, and we feel it'll give us the ability to respond to not only what we're seeing now, but what experience over the last 3 years has really taught us is it's constantly changing, and the dynamic is constantly changing. So I truly believe under this model, it gives us the ability to react and adjust it as need be, to move resources around as need be, and really give us the ability to meet the needs of the district. In terms of budget, using my 18-19 contracted security budget line item of $3.6 million as the baseline, the projected bid from SSD for the 19-20 school year, $2.85 million, leaves a balance of $754,000. If Elk Grove PD ops, there's two ways this could go. They could charge us $164,000 for 2 officers, or they could charge us nothing for 2 officers. Both are on the table. I think if it's up to the chief, it'll be nothing, but I wanted to account for the $164,000. Leaves us a balance of about $590,000. Hiring the additional school security specialists, $375,000. Our balance is $215,000. And then after hours patrol, so this is all of the, when schools are closed, this is the deputies or Elk Grove PD that are patrolling the district, answering alarm calls, responding to after hours 5150 calls or suicide calls, all of those things. $107,000 leaves us of a balance of about $108,000. So that's our savings, implementing the new model, which actually gives us more resources in terms of body count and our ability to react and respond than we have now at a savings. Now, a caveat to the savings is hiring the additional 5 is probably going to eat up some of that, at least in the first year, in terms of equipping, uniforming, mandated training, and those types of things. But I'm fairly confident in this model. We can provide a greater service than we are now. We can incorporate all of the changes that we've made, especially in the BP and AR, the commitments we've made. The one addition, and I'll address it right now, is the sergeant. That's one we have not seen in the past. One of the commitments we made early on to the community in terms of when arrests were going to be made, instead of just the officer making that decision and going forward that arrest, we would actually put in place a discussion with the supervisor before that decision is being made, and discussion with the bureau commander before that decision is being made, and also involving the community prosecutor before that decision is being made. So there's no longer just a carte blanche arrest. There's going to be a discussion, and there's going to be what is the best way we see serve the needs of the community, but also serve the needs of the student and the site. And so that's why we held it up. And that was, again, it was a commitment we made to the community that we would have this level of supervision and level of review in place before we just went off and made the decision to incarcerate. So, pending the approval, there are some next steps. One of them will be to finalize the contract, which will be the development of the MOU, which our attorneys are working on right now. My preference is not to enter into a contract with the Sheriff's Department, but actually enter into a contract with the county. And again, this is based on our experience. We feel that in some cases we will not agree on certain aspects of the contract. We saw that in the recent past and on some assignments. And so we think having the county as, in other words, a board-to-board agreement, they may be able to arbitrate in disagreements. We're also looking at, as part of that, the new MOU, which will give the district much more control over staffing and assignments. The model we're looking at is the Rancho Cordova model, where basically we as the contractee have absolute authority about assignments, who's picked at all level, their retention, how they come and go, and also we could begin to mandate things, and we had this discussion, so we know the mandated training, so things that we think are important training-wise for our law enforcement assets, but also our school security specialists and the program we're looking at will be put in place. Also, we'll memorialize the AR and the BP in the new MOU. So all of the work that's been done over the last year or so specifically will be memorialized in that MOU. And so we'll begin working on that pending your approval of the new model.
So a couple things I just want to, add on. First of all, thanks to Joe, Lieutenant Haynes, Mark, Craig, and Karen as well. We've had a number of discussions with regards to how we best roll out a model that provides safety, security across our entire district, which is a huge challenge when you're talking about 3 cities and an unincorporated area. It's just a unique challenge. If we were within one city, this, the model might look different, but it is complicated by your sheer size. One of the things that we've talked with the Sheriff's Department over the last, and my whole time here, has been the concept of we are entitled to a certain amount of service because we are within the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department. And it's been a recognition, but we've had a difficult time trying to figure out, well, does that mean we get a discount on the deputies, so we pay for 2, we get 1, and we haven't been able to get anywhere along those lines. Where we have been able to come to an agreement is the way the model works currently. If we have a situation that's happening in one of our cities, if it happens in Sacramento or it happens in Elk Grove, our deputies that are on assignment can go to those sites and do the work that needs to be done, but the long-term investigation can be turned over to the authority that actually has jurisdiction in that area, which frees up that deputy that we have on to be able to do other work for us. And that's actually kind of how the model has been working across the district outside of where the sheriff's jurisdiction is. So in this new model, one of the reasons we're able to scale back the sheer number of deputies is we do have agreement with the Sheriff's Department when something happens on a school that's within the county. Our folks, we want our response times to be better than what a general patrol response time would be. That's why we're paying more for these people to be here. But once the situation's under control, we can now turn the longer term investigation over to the Sheriff's Department, and they'll take that handoff and do that work, and that will free our person back up into serving us and our response times and meeting the needs of our students and families and staff in the moment. So we think that's a dramatic improvement in the overall model. The other piece it gives us, if we want one of our deputies to stay on a particular investigation because that warrants it, we have the authority to do that as well. So it kind of serves both pieces. So it's complicated. It's integrated. It's our people. It's the Sheriff's Department being part of it. We haven't finalized the agreement with Elk Grove PD, but I was just had a phone conversation with our new city manager yesterday, and we are both open to being able to move forward with the additional 2 SROs that have been serving us for the past year from the city, and we'll work through the details of that. We want to put he and I both agreed, we want to put an MOU together for those 2 agencies as well to make sure we're all on the same page. But again, a great deal of work has gone into it. I appreciate Joe. Joe will tell you every time he comes to me, I have another question, another idea, and he has been open, flexible, reflective, and willing to, and his relationships with the other agencies have really allowed this piece to move forward. So again, I look forward to the questions, but I think this is the strongest model we could bring forward that is focuses on safety, but I can also say is fiscally responsible. And that was a balancing act that I think we needed to make sure we do moving forward. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, I'll add this, and I'm saying this because the last time I gave you an update, it was an issue for you guys. Our relationship with our allied agencies, all the way up the chain from El Grove PD through Homeland Security is outstanding. And they really do want to help us. And I think that's a big change. So I think that's why they've been receptive to understanding what we were asking for in the AR. And across the board, we have not had any resistance. And they've been very willing to listen to the why. And that wasn't the case 3 years ago. And so I think that's a key element to this thing being able to work is maintaining the relationship. But I think we've gotten to a good spot. So that.
Okay, Ms. Bobby Singh Allen.
I have a lot of questions. Okay. I'm going to apologize first and foremost for not asking these of you beforehand, because I do have a lot. So first of all, let's try to formulate here how I'm going to ask the questions. I'm just going to go chronologically. All right, so like for the why on page 3. We've had a few constituents, and now I'm just putting on my constituent hat, or speaking for some of the constituents. This is not my point of view, per se, but I just want to ask the question because it's been raised, and I just want to be able to say in good faith that I asked it. We've had a number of people say things like, you know, we're creating a police state, which I'm repeating things. So in here, under the why, I would like to see why we need law enforcement on campuses, and that's, you know, outside of, you know, balancing proactive response services, but a little more in depth in terms of why this exists, this model. Because I do think that there is a disconnect in terms of the public, for some, of why we have SROs on campuses and things like that. So I think that that's an important component. My next question really goes to, let's see, on options on page 6.
Ms. Singh Allen, did you want him to answer that first question?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I could just give you a whole list of things and then, or you want me to break it up, which is up to you.
Probably one or two.
I don't know if you can answer that now because it's really for others.
No, we can answer that exactly now.
Okay, all right, let's go.
I think we should take one at a time.
That's fine.
The SRO program is 30 years old.
Yes.
It's been revised. It is an accepted procedure by a number of administrations on both sides. It's recognized by the COPS office, which is a federal Department of Education, along with the FBI as a best practice in school safety and security. It's recognized by the state of California under POST as a best practice for safety and security. But the bottom line is crimes happen on campus. You know, there's a perspective that law enforcement officers on our campuses are out looking for things to do. Everything that we've had, every arrest we've had has been response to a phone call, a report, a victim statement. So something happened that required a law enforcement response, whether it was ours or theirs, the outcome was not going to change. And in this district, very few arrests happen. The majority of our work is in threat assessments, 5150s, court interpretations, far and away. So the need is there. By having SROs, it cuts the time lag out. So no longer are we competing with the 4 robberies that are going on in the community and the homicide and the traffic accidents to get somebody to come to our school to help us with a problem. And I think the whole premise is having those issues happen on our campus is going to cause a lot greater disruption the longer that it goes on. And we are starting to see in the last 3 years in just terms of sex-related crimes, students on our campuses that have a whole different set of rights that we need to make sure they're protected quickly, and really taken out of the administrator's hands as quickly as possible so we make sure that those students are protected. So there's a lot of reasons why, but on a national state level, it's a recommended best practice at all districts.
Yeah, so a couple things
I
I'll just
accept
add.
that answer. I just wanted to, like I said, this was raised a number of times, so I wanted to make sure that it was asked. Now, how do we communicate this response? Because it's not in this presentation. Can we add something, or does it exist somewhere that I can direct them to versus saying go to YouTube and find, hear this portion of the comments?
I'd be glad to put something together for you.
Okay.
You know, one thing I want to add to is when the why comes out and they ask that question, and I get asked those questions as well, the same analogy would apply to our schools that we have fences and gates now.
Sure.
I can go back when this district, we had none of it. And you ask, I get from parents, why did you put all those fences all around schools and high school? It's somewhat of the same analogy.
Sure.
It's security, it's safety of people coming on our campuses that shouldn't be there.
Right.
We're just living in that world today.
No, I agree, and we, God forbid, nobody wants a mass shooting on a school campus, ever.
Right.
And so these are precautionary steps.
Right.
But again, I think in terms of a check-in back with the community, those things are important to remind why.
Right, the other piece that goes along is, reaction time is huge. And one of the pieces I say all the time, one of the things that we get as a result of this relationship is the radio that connects our SROs to immediate resources. And so that then you put in a price tag on that, there's a price tag. It's expensive,
Sure.
but it's critical.
Right.
The other piece is, and this happens as we develop relationships with law enforcement and with our safety and security personnel. That's where we learn of dangerous situations that are going on all the time. And the relationships that build because these folks are on our campuses, they're all the time at football games, at VAPA events, those relationships are different, and we get taps on the shoulder. We get emails, we get a phone call that let us know of things as well. So the having that resource, and again, when we're paying for all of that above and beyond, we were going to have police on our campus anyway. If we don't have this model in place, they're coming from patrol with no SRO training, and that's who we're going to interact with on a daily basis versus people we've chosen and we want interacting with our people. So we're actually having a say in who interacts, where if we don't do this, then we're open to whoever happens to be on patrol at that point when the event happens.
And I agree with you, and I think that's part of the narrative that we need is an expansion of the why.
I think it's important to remember, we are a political subdivision with people that we are responsible to protect. We're no different than the city, no different than a county or the state.
That's
the same
right.
question you asked the city of Elk Grove, why do you have a police department? Well, you have it because we need to protect our citizens.
Sure.
We have it because we need to protect our students and our staff and our community. 128,000 people a day cross our threshold. And we need to make sure that we provide a level of safety for all of them.
Thank you. My next question is page 6, options. We don't really actually discuss the options. We go right into the recommended model. So the statement was made that we're being fiscally responsible. How do we know if we have nothing to compare it to?
Okay, I could break this part down for you.
Okay.
Under the current model, which was a contract with SSD, the Sheriff's Department,
It was a set piece model based on the high school assignments. Their bid came in to continue at that level. The average cost was $274,000 per deputy to continue. We also got a bid from Elk Grove PD, which was roughly $164,000 per officer to continue. We looked at both options. Where it became apparent to us that Elk Grove PD would not be able to do it was they would not, or were not willing to cover the entire district. They just wanted the Elk Grove portion of it. So it really got back down to where Elk Grove basically took themselves out of the mix. So we're back to the original SSD model. We looked at employing district officers. Would have been substantial cost savings, but there's also liability issues. There's a lot of things, the startup issue, and so again, it took itself out. When we looked at the hybrid, we said, okay, how can we, and using our current budget as a model, our budget number as a model, how can we do the same thing, be more efficient, and add additional resources? And so we went back and looked at the Sheriff's Department bid. We changed the number that we were actually bidding for. So instead of the 10 and a lieutenant, we went to 7, a sergeant and a lieutenant. And then we looked at adding Elk Grove PD. So we basically are staying whole in our 9 regions covered, but at a reduced cost, extremely reduced cost. Then we said, okay, how do we bring extra resources in? Because again, one of the things that keeps you up at night is the elementary schools. You know, they have tremendous parent issues. And for some reason, the communities think those are the places where we go solve all of our problems, whether they have to do with school or not. So we wanted to make sure that there was a resource for elementary schools. So that's what we were looking for, our school security specialists primarily. But putting teams, instead of just independent operators running around the regions, we wanted teams in the region that were working together. And so we looked at the hybrid model, which is the one we presented. And at the end of the day, it ends up about $100,000 cheaper than what we were doing in the past with additional resources, I think 6 or 7 bodies more than we had before, plus we had the additional coverage of our sports sites. So when we're looking at the cost effective, that's where we got it.
Okay, I think that's a great answer. I know that we've all gotten asked this question from respective other elected officials, specifically as it relates to Elk Grove PD. So it sounds like we did get a bid, and then you did the comparison. So I think, at least for us, it would be good to have, and I see some nods here, if you could give us either a comparative or something so that we can go back and say we did this. Yep. And that this was the recommendation based on that, because right now, I mean, I didn't know until you just told me.
And I shared in one-on-one meetings that we met with the Sheriff's Department representatives prior to winter break, and we met with the City of Elk Grove representatives, which included the city manager, the police chief, their attorney, and so staff went through the proposals that were given, and also the expectations with regards to a uniform set of services across our entire district. One of the things for me is a huge challenge is what one of my fears would be if we went to a different model where we had multiple agencies serving across the district is a student would do one thing in one part of the district and would receive, and that would be treated differently than another part of the district. So the way we have this model set up is it's continuous across the entire district. And for me, personally, that was a huge piece of the puzzle.
Okay, I mean, and that all makes sense.
And I shared that directly with Jason yesterday.
Yeah.
And he completely understood that that concept and perspective.
Okay, yeah, and then that gives us, talking points as well when we, we're all out in the community and that question gets asked more often than not.
Because they were bidding on different numbers, where we took it to was cost per body. And as I said, for a deputy it was $274,000. For an officer from the city, it was $164,000. And so, trying to make it apples to apples, because they bid for 7 and the Sheriff's Department bid for the 11. So we tried to put it down in a form that was
we
Right.
can match, so.
Okay. And this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you say something, and I don't know if I heard it correctly, did you say something about rotating the SROs?
What's
Did
that?
you- Rotating the SROs from school sites? Did
School,
you say something?
school security specialist. So,
secure- okay.
yeah, with regards to the person that you see here in the front office and the person that takes care of the Gerber site, we rotate them through so it's not the same person doing that position all the time. They're out with school sites, interacting with school sites as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then, let's see, my other question, I find it very intriguing, is the contract with the county. I think that that's a very interesting direction. I like that. I mean, I guess this is, we don't know what it's gonna look like and
How
in
do we
terms of
make that
enforcement.
happen? Is that the question? That's what I was
That's
wondering.
gonna be, exactly, I mean, that's gonna be
They've agreed to it.
interesting.
Actually, I think, researching the past MOUs, our contracts were with the county.
Oh,
The last extension that was done 6 years ago went from an MOU to the language was a revenue agreement.
okay.
I think that was the sheriff's department's way of taking control of the contract. And so, in our research to this point, the city of Rancho Cordova, the airport, all have switched back to contracts directly board to board with the county. And I think that is the best route for us, because I think it's going to be important to have a third party. We are going to tighten things down inside the MOU, not only in terms of staffing selection, but also
Sure.
liability, who's responsible for costs and those types of things. But at the end of the day, it may get down to a point where there's a disagreement. And in the past,
Yeah.
under the current agreement, the sheriff's department says we don't agree, so there you are.
And we're stuck with what we get.
Yeah, and we're stuck with what we had. So,
So we think we'll get more out of this. I mean, I think that this is a great viable option here, because what I don't want is, well, what's
yeah, no, I agree.
what's happened, so. And I think you touched on it here on your next steps, the district mandated training. Are you referring to, you know, I mean, we're trying to change our culture and climate and really do that outward mindset with Arbinger. And anybody who has contact with our students more, you know, very specifically, like our SROs and anybody in the safety and security world, we want to make sure that they're there for the best interest of kids and have that outward mindset, which is so critical. So I'm
Absolutely.
assuming that's what this means.
There's significant trainings that, to be designated an SRO, there's significant trainings that have to happen, and the sheriff's department's responsible for those. And those, so all the SROs that we get have that background training, and then there's ongoing trainings as well. And our question when we had the sit-down meeting prior to the winter break was, okay, we get that, we value that, but there's also trainings and things that are related to the Elk Grove culture,
Yeah.
and we want to make sure that we build into the MOU that the organization is open to, and we memorialize that they will participate in trainings that we deem of value in knowing our culture. And they were very agreeable to that
Yeah,
concept.
they've agreed to that, yeah.
That's fantastic. And then my last question is, as we create this MOU with the county, at what point do we check in to see if it's working and what adjustments need to be made? Do you have a 6-month, 3-month, 6-month, 1 year? When is it that we're going to do sort of a self-evaluation or to see if this is actually working?
I don't know that it's that type of document. I think we're actually, the MOU is going to, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is basically going to be our contract moving forward. So I think we need to be careful that we take all the things that we've learned and make sure they're memorialized in there. I know that there's a lot of things that have bothered us, especially in terms of liability.
Yeah.
There's always an out clause. I think if it really went bad, we could opt out of the contract and start over.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Okay.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah, just to see, you know, to make sure that it's truly being realized, the MOU, the contents
yeah.
of it.
Because
But-
we're going to learn along the way. As we
Yeah.
go through this piece, we've learned a great deal to this point, and that's why this recommendation has come forward in the way that it has, is from learnings, and that will continue to happen. Because one of the things in this MOU is we have to make sure, not that I'm going anywhere, but right now, the relationships work largely because the people are in place. Because we're doing things right now in a pilot that aren't memorialized.
Right.
It's a pilot, but it's working because of the people in place. It's Lieutenant Haynes, it's Joe, it's me,
Right.
it's the Deputy Chief Palmer. That's why it's working right now. But we need to make sure this thing's memorialized, so if any of those folks are not in a position that the work that's been agreed to is what continues to be done. And being able to check in on that on an annual basis makes
Absolutely.
sense.
I mean, it comes down to accountability, so I think that we've created some good steps here to achieve that and protect kids in schools. So thank you for the presentation. I think that's all the questions I have, unless something pops up from other questions.
Thank you very much. It's been, I know you've gone through a lot of work. I've got a lot of updates along the process. Bobby covered, I believe, all my questions except you mentioned cameras.
Yes.
Please. More?
Where
are we
at?
putting cameras? Where are we at in the camera system? I have not heard.
I want to let Rob do the from a facility standpoint, then Joe can give the.
Sounds like you're set up to handle when we have camera input.
I'll
Okay.
follow with Rob with how we will operate them.
So obviously cameras were a big component of Measure M. That was something that came back in all of our randomized surveys amongst parents and stakeholders, but also at site level. So we have had a very lengthy process in selection of the type of camera system. Joe was obviously part of that, as was Steve Mate and a number of other stakeholders. We've narrowed that down to a particular entity, which is a Vigilon. It's also the same camera system that Elk Grove PD is installing throughout our entire city. Most of those are up now. So we have picked 6 pilot sites. Those cameras will be installed this spring into summer. We'll use those sites. You know, we've talked a lot today about lessons learned. We're going to see how things go at those 6 sites, learn some things, and then we're going to roll it out district-wide shortly thereafter. That will all feed back to a centralized location where Joe, his staff, and the dispatchers will be able to access any and all cameras throughout our district.
The camera thing was interesting. It would have been an easier question if you asked me how can we get to Mars. Just because it is so integrated, the technology is so sophisticated, the options are so broad, and you know, there is a cost element to all of this. There's best case scenario, there's middle ground, there's all kinds of things. It was amazing to me the level of sophistication that it would get into. So I fully confident that we've exercised all options of getting aware. To me, at the very beginning, a camera system that records something and 3 days later we get a call and we go look it up and we see a kid in a hoodie running around is useless. We need to be able to respond to issues as they arise. During this discussion, we also came up with electronic door locks and all these other features that could be added on, but it all requires some kind of centralized system. So as we've gone through this, we've been upgrading our dispatch center over at Gerber. So now we'll have a state-of-the-art radio system because we are a primary agency, a primary law enforcement agency. We have access to primary communications. With the new system, we'll be able to contact fire direct. We'll be able to contact ambulance direct, other agencies direct. If a big incident happens, we can press a button and central dispatch will take over everything. In addition to that, we've built in a facility for managing a major incident. Within that communication system, there's a PIO's center, there's a place for finance, there's a place for all of these folks to get in and manage the district and get resources and information coming in. But we'll also have live feed of those cameras coming into the dispatch center. So when an alarm goes off, a dispatcher will be able to bring that camera up and actually direct resources to that. If and when we start to look at door locks and those kinds of things, all of that can be integrated into these systems, and so we can better manage. I'm going to go back to the Rudder fire and the floods. Not being able to open a school on Monday morning is a significant traumatic event, and it caused some pretty major ripples. So part of what we believe is making sure that when the kids and the staff go home at night, our role switches over to asset protection, and we're going to make sure that each and every one of our schools is ready to go the next morning fully functional. Now, whether that's repairing a broken door lock or getting the graffiti off the walls or whatever it is, the sooner we know about it, the better we can react to it. And so that's the real-time capability. We are moving over to fully staffing our dispatch center 24/7. We just put forward the paperwork on our 4th dispatcher. Once we get the 4th one in, we will probably be looking to cancel our contract with their accident service, taking that money and hiring 2 more. We will go, and then we will be fully covered by district employees, monitoring district resources 24/7.
Yeah, the other piece with the cameras that with the live feed is we send somebody to one of our schools. They're big, scary, dark places at night. And to send an employee or to send somebody we're contracting with onto that campus, if there's additional information that can be provided to that person that's responding, it's safer for them. It's also safer for if there were kids, doing something. That's different than if the report is there's 3 what look like armed adults that are on that campus. So we can scale the response as we have. The more information you have, the better decisions you can make, and this will allow us to make better decisions.
I just think that's an exciting development, and Mr. Hoffman updated me when we asked about cameras about the plethora of possibilities you had gotten to, and I'm excited to hear that we've been able to narrow that down, and I know it's been a process, but I think that's exciting stuff. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. As Ms. Singh-Allen mentioned, this is a project, if you will, that's been in the works for a really long time. I too remember one of the first conversations I had with the superintendent was about the evolution of our security services at the time, and it's been evolving ever since, as long as I've been on the school board. Let's see, some specific questions I have. We addressed the how do we make the board-to-board agreement happen with the county. If there's any role or any way that I can help, please let me know. I really appreciate Ms. Singh-Allen raising the question because I think it needs to be addressed for the record about why do we have SROs on campus. I know that those of you who were around when those decisions were made, that's not a question that you need answered, but I do believe that just because something is an established practice doesn't mean we don't need to kind of ask ourselves that question again and make sure that it's meeting the needs that we have today. As part of that, I just want to make sure or really ask, how are we using data, reviewing our practices to make sure that we don't become part of that school to prison pipeline?
To the first point, one of the aspects of the new model is removing the officers from the campuses as full-time.
Yeah.
But keeping them in a community policing model where they're interacting, saying hello, standing by at crosswalks, those kinds of things. Checking in with the administrators, making sure that they're just keeping the relationship. But the intent is to pull them out of the high schools and to show that. When we look at the school to prison pipeline, at least in this district, there's not that many arrests.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not. And there's not repeat offenders. Very seldom do we ever see a repeat offender. Mm-hmm. Where we're seeing those arrests are outside of the schools. Mm-hmm. I'll give you an example of a lot of gang activity. A concept of the Norteño gangs is now go to school, do well, stay out of trouble for the benefit of the gang. That's written into their new constitution. Go to work, get a job, do well for the benefit of the gang. That is in their new business plan model. So they are intentionally staying out of the schools so far, but their criminal activity is still staying outside. So I think a lot of the school to prison pipeline, the data is juveniles being arrested and just getting tied to a school. But our history in our district is we're not seeing that many repeat offenders, and we're not seeing that many arrests to begin with. Are there in custodies? Yeah, because a 5150 or a mental hold is considered in custody, but it's not a criminal offense. I would be careful. I guess I'm kind of reluctant until I see some data in our own district that shows that we are seeing that. In the county, we have one of the highest populations rates of students returning from prison that are coming back in, integrating either into the continuation school system or into the regular system that are doing fine. We have one of the lowest
Recidivism? Is that the?
when they get violation, where students on parole or probation are being sent back because of parole violation. So I understand, but we're just not seeing the data in our district that supports that concept. I think probation told us that they're 90% below the county average in reviolation rates in Elk Grove students.
Are we actually collecting the data to kind of disprove the school to prison pipeline? I mean, do we even collect the data to make the argument one way or the other?
Well, we know what our numbers are, and we could easily, put it together and show that we do have arrests happen, we have incidents happen on campus, but very seldom is it a second or third time or a fourth time. I mean, you're talking school to prison pipeline is based on the premises that there are things happening to students that continue to cause them to commit some kind of criminal activity and ultimately end up in it. That's just has not been our experience in Elk Grove.
Okay.
I think it has a lot to do with the fact, and specifically in the last 2 years, a lot of the crimes that we're seeing are switching over to sexual crimes, assaults, rapes, those types of things that aren't very arbitrary. You're not asking an officer to go in and make a decision based on a preponderance of evidence. You're going in and having a person say, this is what happened to me, here's my evidence, and going forward. So a majority of what we've seen in the last 18 months, far and away, have been some kind of sexual misconduct.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you're saying kind of about the overall trend. And I should be more specific about why I'm asking. We have already acknowledged some racial disparities in our suspension and expulsion numbers, and I think it stands to reason we could see a similar disparity in interaction between officers and students. That's why I think it's important that we actually be proactive and collect that data, because we can't do anything about a problem if we don't know it exists, right?
We will retroactive back to the beginning of the school year. We will certainly start collecting immediately.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
And we'll include it in our annual report.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fortini?
I actually have a few more questions. So let's see, centralization. Oh, just very much appreciate the centralization I see in the proposed model. I think it will really be helpful to achieve more uniform implementation of the board policies that we've worked on this past year regarding school safety and discipline, so I'm excited to see that. I had one question, it may be a facilities question. You guys mentioned electronic door locks. Is that something we are going to be doing district-wide, maybe with modernization money?
What Joe is referring to, we want to make sure that the camera system that we install can also accommodate with the software electronic door locks. We have not made a decision yet as to if and when we're going to go to that. It's a huge project district-wide. You can imagine the number of doors and locks we have.
Yeah.
So the key is we're going to have a system in place that itself integrates directly with the door locks.
That has the capability.
Yeah, we didn't want to make a decision that handcuffed us later.
Yeah, good call.
The cameras weren't the issue. It was the software that controls all this. That was the delay. I mean, that was the hinge point. Cameras were pretty much easy.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. For me, with the responses you've given, I think it's pretty tough to not support more service for less cost, given that the concern issues are addressed. I just have a couple little practical things. One, when you were soliciting input, did the school site principals have input or the opportunity to review the proposed plan?
I don't know that we've reviewed the proposed plan. We have had conversations with regards to and with principals about perspectives, and a lot of the learning has been from Joe over how we've morphed the model over the past couple of years. Elementary principals probably more than anyone have just made the statements and the observations that they feel like they're recognized and receiving services that they hadn't been receiving in the past. And so we built off of that, and we believe this model expands upon that experience.
And given that the board approves the model, what would be the next steps with the school sites?
So the next step would be, we're going to ask for today is approval of the conceptual model, and then the approval that we want to move forward with both the county and the city of Elk Grove with regards to the MOUs. And so this is really just what we needed today was if we were making a significant shift, that we were going to go completely with Elk Grove PD today, the Sheriff's Department would need time to ramp down, and then the Elk Grove PD would need time to ramp up. So today is just conceptually that the board is good with the model, good with the two agencies, and then the MOUs and the work will come back to the board over the next few months, where you'll actually get the finalized MOU to approve the actual doing the work.
Okay, yeah, I understand all that. In my mind, it just moved to the final step. It's approved. What would be the process with the principals? We have the contract with the county, everything's in place, we have the MOUs, how the principals know.
Yeah, we'd have to roll out a communication plan on what the new system looks like.
So you would bring them in?
We'd bring them in. Yeah. We already do a nuts and bolts piece where we could do a part of that, but yeah, it would be principals, and it'd be more that it'd be our community in general. We'd want to have a communication plan so our parents and community members understood the why, how, and what of what we're doing.
From a practical standpoint, the impact is going to be minimal, other than the SROs moving out of their offices at the schools.
Yeah.
We've tested this. We've put this model in place as far as being responsible for a broader area, not tied specifically to the school. I didn't want to come in and make a recommendation to you that I wasn't fairly sure was going to work. And so it's going to be very, I think, minimal impact on the sites when it does roll out, because we have been testing it. Everything that was in the AR and BP, we've tested. Our commitment to the process for reviewing arrest and citation has been tested. And so we're confident even in this one that the sites are going to see very little disruption, but I think a lot of sites are going to see a lot more attention and service.
Okay. And then, correct me, Joe, maybe I didn't hear you correctly when you were talking about the HEPD. Currently, they provide 2 officers to us.
Yes.
Under the MOU, will they continue to do that, or are we going to be paying for it?
The chief of police, Brian Noblet, would like to continue at no cost.
Okay.
Now, that's going to get down to the agreement of the city manager. What we offered back, and this was Chris's proposal, was that we pay for one, $164,000 in a cost sharing, and that they provide 2. The city of Elk Grove and the police department specifically is very much bought in to providing as much service to the district as they possibly can. As of now, I think they're going to continue to try and provide that service cost-free. But it wasn't built into their budget. They removed 2 officers from patrol. They deleted 2 or depleted their patrol by 2 and put them in our school districts. There was no additional funding. There was no additional staffing. It's just something that Brian thought was important. And even after it became apparent that he and I were still having conversations about proactive outreach, community-oriented policing in the schools. All of these things that he wants to do that I think are going to add a lot of value to our effort. So I think best case scenario, it's going to be free. Worst case scenario, it'll be $164,000, and we're still looking at $100,000 savings.
Okay, I just have 2 more questions. One, if this all goes through and we have the additional school security specialists, does that mean we have to buy 5 more vehicles?
No, actually, we're going to have 5 vehicles returned that are currently being used by sheriff's officers. So those vehicles will return to us May 31st. We'll get them repainted, reorganized, and they will go into the fleet.
Good. And the last question, under current staffing, there were a number of boxes showing vacant.
Mm-hmm. Well, we had one recently vacate, so we're refilling that. On the current staffing model, or the proposed, you'll see we list them as Security 1, Security 2, Security 3. Those are the ones we're projected to hire.
Right.
But we do have one vacant position that an employee left us recently. And so we're currently hiring that one.
So it's just a time
Yeah.
issue, not a problematic issue with filling positions?
No.
Okay.
Actually, we had over 35 people apply for that job from 6 different divisions within the district and Southside. So by far, it's the biggest response we've had. So I guess the word's getting out about the position. So we're a lot of good candidates.
Now, long-term, from a candidate pool that may exist with the school security specialist, and we have one that fits this description now, is former or retired SSD deputies, because they are in a different retirement system, can actually come and work for the district. And so the pool of SROs and or other deputies who we interact with, whether they may do off-duty stuff, because we have relationships, which we did with our current school security specialist, who was a former deputy. So there's a pool of folks there, highly trained people that we know that in a retirement piece I think will be a strong pool for filling some of those positions.
Good. Thanks, Dale.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah, all good questions from my colleagues. I just want to add a few comments. I was here when we first started our SROs, go back quite a few years, and I'm happy that we reached a point that we have a revision going on now. I think we went too long without being more proactive with our police force, and I think it served us well when we first started it, but it developed a lot of hiccups in it now, and so it seems like now we're starting to take control of it the way we should. A couple of things in the contract. I know you got it. MOUs going about on the SROs. For one, I would not like to see the SROs camped out for years after years in one campus, or I think they should be rotated to other schools to give us a nice overview, and they can get a picture of other campuses, what we want. And number two is that I would like to see the climate, that they become more involved in the school climate of all the students that are around in there. And then also I was concerned about your hiring, the process, not only internally, but through the Sheriff's Department, which I know is a challenge of having a police force with color to them. Mm-hmm. That come aboard in our campuses to reflect our population. Mm-hmm. I think that's critical, that we make a hard effort at that. I know the Sheriff's Department and the police departments all around in the cities have some of the same problems that they're trying to recruit. I don't know what's your comment on that and how you're going to go about it.
I think a couple things. First off, Lieutenant Haynes and I have been discussing as far as the assignments. We're thinking on spinning the wheel every 6 months and just rotating throughout the district, not only the deputies, but the school security specialists. So everybody gets to know everyone. In terms of hiring, again, a practice we put in place kind of ahead of the game is we now have interview panels that include some of our folks from the community. It's actually, it's been pretty amazing when we look at the folks, the Taylors, Priors have been involved in it. And they meet with people from the schools, from the district office. And in both cases, When we went back and looked at their choices, they were exactly on board with everyone else. The 1 and 2 was the 1 and 2, depending on, you may have flipped them, but they were close. We probably, in terms of hiring people of color, very, very high rate, not only on the division side, but since we implemented our new process, it's been the same process, either person of color or female deputies. So I think we're on the right track in addressing that. And as I said, we don't want people sitting in schools for years and years. And to be perfectly honest with you, there's probably some folks that are working for us now that have been here for years and years that probably are not going to be for a while. We're looking for, you know, people that will interact with students that are probably closer in age to them, probably have a skill set that better understands. You know, a 25-year-old deputy is probably going to be a lot more understanding than a 60-year-old me trying to interact with a kid. So, you know, we want to try and hit every opportunity we can to close those gaps, and that's really what our new plan is about. It is community-based, and it is integrating all of our resources into the school community, and not as a separate entity that is just a law enforcement agency or a punishing department, but part of the district community.
Okay, and then on the campus supervisors and yard duties, how well are you involved with that process? I think I get concerned, you know, we have a turnover in that area of retaining quality people. What I see sometime, I'm a little concerned.
The number, I think the number of people that we're retaining is growing because they now see a career path. The career path is campus supervisor to school security specialist. You know, I hope 10 years from now or 20 years from now, somebody started as campus supervisor standing here giving you this presentation. I think that's where we see the system is working. And we've had campus supervisors move up. We have one in one of our supervisory roles now. We have one that's moved up, is now going to be our community outreach. But we've also, I think in the increase in the training that we've been doing, we've had a tremendous response for subs to volunteer their time and to come in and be trained. We've put it out there expecting not to get any response, and we'll get 5 or 6 at a time, but still they're coming in. So I think as time goes on, we're going to see that group become much more professional. We still have, within the system, some folks that either can't or won't adapt to the new system. We're going to work with them to one way or another resolve that. You know, we have direct control over the hiring now. We work with the staffs, but all of the vetting, the standards, the training, are all now overseen by my division. So I think as we work through, I think we're probably another couple years away from having addressed all the issues, but I think we're getting there.
Okay, and lastly, for you, how well are your efforts in transparency with all the law enforcement agencies from Sacramento, not only just Elk Grove, the Sheriff's Department or Rancho Cordova? How often do you try to reach out or meet with these folks?
I would say for the most part, it's 2 or 3 times a month. In addition to, we also, we're part of the emergency operations system for the county and the state. So we're meeting with a lot of fire departments, the chiefs. A lot of those meetings, the chiefs will also be there. But I like to have a cup of coffee with the chiefs at least once or twice a month when possible, all the way up to the CHP. I think it's good that we just get together and have a chat. Sometimes there's things to talk about, sometimes there's not, but I think the fact that getting together is important. I think we've seen the payoff. I think one of the issues you're going to see, or one of the things you're going to look at when we send the school site safety plans up to you, is going to be a revised fire drill response. That went through smoothly with the fire departments because of the the way we've been able to come together and work and build relationships. So I think it's finally getting to a point where a lot of the damage has been repaired. I think the trust is back. I think everybody's confident in that we are doing everything we can to hold up our part. And I think, like I said, I've never seen a willingness across the board to be helpful. In the last 3 or 4 months, Rancho Cordova PD, which is actually the sheriff's department,
Right.
has almost taken on the role of working with us as an independent, keeping us advised of things that are going on, and really bought into the whole concept of letting us know when a student's been under some kind of trauma or some issue that's happened in the home. And so it just, I think it keeps moving forward, but it is built on us doing the right thing, being honest and open. And
Who are we dealing with, SAC PD?
Actually, the assistant chief, but also Chief Hahn.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I just want to make sure that before, I know with Mr. Jones, Scott Jones versus his predecessor, you know, they would come here and sometime give us presentations and on a proactive basis and not necessarily reactive. I kind of like to see that again with all the entities to show they're a public figure, we're a public figure, and our constituents can see that on a case basis with all of them.
Chief Noblet, absolutely, has made the offer. You know, I think as we get closer on some of the programs he does, I think he absolutely wants to take the opportunity to come and address you on a positive manner. Chief Palmer I think is in the exact same boat. Wants to make the address, wants the interaction. I would say that Chief Palmer has reached out, at least to Kristen several times, and had conversations. I think they would all be glad. I haven't directly asked Chief Hahn about it, but my experience with him so far is he would probably be more than willing to. I don't want to put words into his mouth, but it seems like
I can influence that.
Well, no, I know. I didn't want to come out and exactly put it.
Well,
but I think you would.
has a big portion of our district as well,
Yeah.
too. That's why I'm looking at all the entities that are in there that we want to. I think it's just good when we have our board meetings that public can see that.
Right.
So where the question, why do we have cops on our campuses and things like that? Well, they can see that we're proactive with it. That's all I'm saying, Joe. I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything on that. I just want the transparency.
Yeah. I think one of the epiphanies that a lot of the local agencies had, and I'm going to use Monterey Trail region, it's kind of the border.
Right.
It's kind of the fringe of SAC PD, it's kind of the fringe of the Sheriff's Department, kind of the fringe of Elk Grove. And, you know, like anything else, it's oriented to the core. And I think once we kind of brought it to their attention, say, hey, you know what? This is kind of an issue. They all agreed, you know what? We should probably be doing something together to make sure that just because it's on the outskirts of our jurisdiction, that we're not ignoring it. And I think that's been one of the positive things that we've seen is just this willingness to understand that we're a big footprint, and you know we're doing the best we can, but without their help and addressing and recognizing those types of things, we can't do this by ourselves.
No, and that's why I'm bringing it up. I think we need security, protection. We need our police force all around. People, I always say we're kidding ourselves if we don't think we need SROs to make sure our campuses are all safe. I use an analogy about all the fences and the gates. So when I was in this district, you can walk on any campus. We didn't have the problems. Now they're all fenced off with gates on them, and people coming to me, well, yeah, you got a bunch of prisons. No, we don't have a bunch of prisons. We're trying to protect our students.
That's right.
It's about, and our staff.
That's right.
Okay, with that, I'll end it. Thank you for the
Thanks, sir.
presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to move on now to our, oh, that's right, we got to move on. Okay, one recommendation, I ask for a motion to approve the recommendation on the Elk Grove Unified School District Safety and Security Service Model and a provider.
So moved.
I'll second.
It's been moved in second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, Mr. Cerruti will come in with the discipline, which ties right into what we just left.
Thank you again, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. It's a brief PowerPoint, 4 slides, and in just a moment I'm going to have Don and Lisa join me up here. The way that we've done this, the data review portion, we're going to talk a bit about our PBIS program, and in particular the evaluation strategy, and then exemplars that we have. The reason for that is there's been several times we've had at board meetings comments that have either expressed concern or a perspective that our schools aren't implementing PBIS programs, and we just want to confirm with the board that they are. And like any school, and actually within any given school, there's variability from classroom to classroom. There's going to be variability school to school. And what we do want to do is provide explicit information about the evaluation strategy of those programs and how we support those programs. And then we'll talk a bit about actions that we're taking and actions that are planned as it relates to our work around exclusionary discipline. First, in terms of the data, there was a board communication and a research brief, and I'm just going to touch on the highlights of that. And then we're going to move on to the PBIS portion. The total number of suspensions, we continue to see a decline. Disproportionality remains. And so we continue to see disproportionality as it relates to specific student subgroups. In particular, our foster youth and homeless, special education, and our African American populations. Within some schools, we may see our Latino population as well. And with that, I'm not going to speak much further, and it's not that I'm ignoring the data. Actually, this is per the board's request, is we want to move more toward, so what are we doing as a result of what that data is telling us? And so if the board is okay with that, I'm happy to talk and take any questions afterwards specific to the data, but I'd like to move on to our PBIS programs and focus on specifically this program, and then, as I mentioned, other actions, comprehensive approach we're taking and actions that we're taking. And with that, Don and Lisa.
Good afternoon, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Thank you for having Lisa and I up here to talk about PBIS and how we measure it, and then highlight some of the schools that are doing some great things. Before I begin kind of talking about the implementation piece of and how we measure PBIS, just a real quick what PBIS is again. So PBIS is a framework, and it's a way for adults to organize and create the social structure within their school system. And within that school system are several interventions that interplay with each other at the tiered level. So again, it's a structure that we're talking about when we talk about PBIS. So the PBIS across the nation is measured with one tool, and that's called the Tiered Fidelity Inventory, and we call it the TFI for short. And the TFI is an assessment. It's a valid assessment that measures it's a reliable and efficient way to measure the extent to which school personnel are adhering to the core tenets of the PBIS framework that I talked about. And with the TFI, school sites are not only able to gauge their initial implementation of PBIS, but they're also able to develop an action plan from the information they receive, and then from that, it'll guide their work in sustaining the PBIS structure at their school site. So it is used nationwide. It's not something that the district itself has created. It's something that the PBIS folks created, and we all use the same measure, so we're all speaking the same language. TFI in our district we measure it every year March and April. What happens is there's a team of, depending on the school site, each school site does it, so 5 to 8 individuals at the school site, an administrator being one of those, the site coach for PBIS being the other, and an outside coach come, and then they do the inventory. So they can measure at any given time, although we focus primarily on Tier 1 and Tier 2 now, but you can measure your Tier 1 fidelity, you can measure your Tier 2 fidelity, and or you can measure your Tier 3 fidelity at that time. The measurements are based on 0, 1, or 0, 1, or 2. So if any given category you receive a 0, that means you're not implementing whatsoever. If you get a 1 by the team talks about it. If you get a 1, that means you've partially implemented that particular area. And if you have a 2, you fully implemented that area. We also, along with the team's agreement on where they're at the school site, we require that they produce artifacts as well. So it's not just like we feel we're doing this, we actually have to have proof that you're doing this. So they have to produce an artifact that says, yeah, we are doing this, and this is why we feel we're a 2 in our implementation. A score of 70%, so if you get a score of 70%, that's considered full implementation. And our belief is that we strive for higher than 70%, but by the PBIS standards across the nation, 70% is considered full implementation. As I said before, that information not only tells you where we're at, but you can pinpoint along the way what categories, what subject area, what areas that you need to improve, and then develop an action plan in that area. So some areas in which the TFI measures, it measures team composition. So you'll have two teams. You might have a Tier 1 team. So it's going to measure who's on your Tier 1 team. Do you have a site administrator on that team? Do you have a family community member on that team? Do you have students on that team? So if you have that, and then you're fully implemented. Also, we have Tier 2 teams. The Tier 2 team is different. The Tier 1 team really looks at school-wide implementation. It looks at, are we getting our expectations out there? Are we recognizing students? Are we setting the right climate for the school with PBIS? The Tier 2 team is more an intervention team. They get information and data on students, and then they make decisions about what are the best interventions for that student. And so we look at the composition of the Tier 2 team as well in our assessments. We assess behavioral expectations. So the school must have 5 or fewer expectations. These aren't rules, they're expectations. So for example, at Florence High School, our expectations were that you were going to be a resilient student, a responsible student, and a respectful student. They're broad categories in which we can teach those things, but they're not, don't run in the hallways, those types of things. So they're broad categories in which really embody what the school is about. And we ask that they do that, in fact, that they represent what you believe that students should walk out of that school with. Do they teach the expectations? It needs to be explicit. We need to be explicitly teaching those expectations in the classroom and outside the classroom. So are they doing that? Do our discipline policies, are they emphasizing proactive and positive messages? Are they restorative? And then the feedback and acknowledgement system. Are you acknowledging students who are doing what you would ask to do and the expectations? And do you have a system that they're buying into and that the staff is buying into as well? Do you have student and family involvement? And then a big one is your data decision making. How are you determining how you make decisions, especially when it comes to the interventions? And so those are just a sample of what is measured by that team when they go through the TFI process. And again, you need artifacts along the way to show that they are doing those things. And then as far as the exemplary sites, we mentioned a few up there. Those are just the school sites right now that are they're buying in and they're doing lots of things, multiple things, but that's not to say that we have several schools doing some great things. And I'm just going to talk about a few of those key strategies and events that they're doing across the district. And so each of our elementary schools And our middle schools are doing robust kickoffs. So when they start the school year, they're having students come in, they're walking the campus, they're showing them the expectations, telling them exactly what's expected in this area of the campus, what's expected in this area of the campus, what resiliency looks like, what responsibility looks like, those types of things. It's a very proactive, positive atmosphere at the beginning of the school year. If you walk on any a lot of these campuses, you're going to see the PBIS, and you're going to see the expectations that are visible and clearly know what is going on at that school. They'll have a strong acknowledgement system, so these schools have really stepped up their acknowledgement system and are recognizing not only their students, but their staff as well. They're continually communicating with parents, either through newsletters or surveys or even on Facebook. All of these schools have parent participation in their Tier 1 team meetings. At the Tier 2 level, these schools have counselors that are doing some group work with students and doing some social skills development with students as well. And then real critical to and true for these schools is the site principal is the face of PBIS at the school. They may not be the person who does the day-to-day work with it, but they certainly are the person out front of it so that the staff and the community sees that it's important. And then they're continually reviewing data at the exemplary sites and making changements and adjustments to the way that they are doing things. We've moved some of the restorative practices work into PBIS. It's a natural fit for Tier 1 and Tier 2 levels. And so, like Edward Harris, Laguna Creek, Sheldon have developed restorative practice rooms. And so where students are getting not just, they've changed their on-campus suspensions to these rooms, and where students are actually getting some restorative practice and some restorative work to look at their behavior, to change their behavior instead of being removed from instruction. And then that lasts for a short period of time, and then they move back into the classroom. So a very positive approach. We have several schools doing circles, which is again a restorative practice piece, either within their classrooms, or we have for some of our students who've committed maybe a major violation, the vice principal will organize a circle so that the restorative practice can take place within that setting. And again, a lot of teaching that's going on, especially in some of our classes with advocacy. At Pinkerton and at Co-High, they're doing some work within their advocacy classes around PBIS as well. And so that is the structure for how we implement PBIS, and then again, how we measure it along the way. Questions now or after?
Thank you, Don and Lisa. And this last portion, what I'd like to do is walk through some of the specific actions that are being taken. The first one I reference is the framework for high-quality instruction. This is the approach that we're taking, and it dawned on me as I was putting this together, and be something that I'll talk to Chris about. It may be a good time in the coming next couple of months that we provide the board what we mean by that, because it's the work that we've been doing, and it's not that we've been hiding it from anybody. It's been developmental in nature. We started it last year with our secondary principals. We've been working on this for a year and a half with our secondary folks, beginning this year with our elementary folks, and our most recent training with them was yesterday. So we had our secondary folks here for a half a day in the morning and our elementary folks in the afternoon. What's critical is that it goes without saying, and the work that we have with our administrators as we've been working in addressing exclusionary discipline was a question that I asked them, and I said, get in your mind the very best teacher that you have, or when you think of the characteristics and qualities of the very best teachers that you have on your campus. And if every one of your teachers was functioning that way, every one, what would discipline look like? Would it be different? Would the climate be different? And of course, if we had the very best, and it's not to say that every one of our teachers isn't working exceptionally hard and doing good work in our classrooms, but this is an approach that we're taking, and specifically within this model and this framework are what we term academic enablers. And so it specifically calls out how we will be working with and observing, and what are the principles of high quality practices as it relates to executive functioning, and how it becomes embedded in your practice. And what we aren't talking about is that we're going to add a class specific to how to function appropriately in class and how to come prepared and be prepared. It's not the most effective way. The most effective ways of doing this are embedding it within typical lessons that you're engaged in, and our teachers can be doing that. So that's at the core of everything we do, is high quality instruction. There's nothing more important in anything that we do than the quality of work that our teachers are doing day in and day out, and what our folks at the sites are doing to support those teachers. Calibrated Discipline Team, this is a group of site and district folks that came together that did a deep dive into analysis of data, but also went much further into data and into practice. And what they were doing, for example, is we had folks that literally were reading thousands of incident descriptions and then analyzing the discipline that was taken. And what we found is what you would expect to be found, is there's going to be variability. And so we've identified where that variability is, and we're engaging. And what I mean by that, there may be a description of an incident, and if there's two incidents that seem similar in their description, there may be dissimilarities in the exclusionary discipline that, that was applied. The trick to this is any written description may not be a full explanation of what went on, but what we are is, even in having conversations with our site administrators, in having conversations about when in-school suspension versus off-campus suspension or home suspension is utilized, we have variability. And so that's the work that we're working on, is looking at how we're going to become increasingly standardized in our processes, realizing this is not an if-then. And what I realize in saying this that isn't up there, which is important, and it's going to be coming to the board soon, is it's been referenced by folks in the community when they were talking about a discipline matrix. We refer to it as a discipline guideline. This has been vetted through site administrators. It's been, our EGEA leadership has looked at it. It's been vetted through district administrators, and it's right now in its, with one last look by legal, and it's going to be coming out. And so we've already begun training our site administrators on it, and we'll be bringing that to the board. It is a, speaking as a former teacher and a former principal, there's the ongoing evolution in terms of we went from discretion to zero tolerance, back to discretion. In doing this work with the community group that I was working with on the board policies and administrative regulations, I've shared with folks that discretion was not seen favorably, so the pendulum has swung again. This, I believe, is a it's as good as I've seen in terms of an approach, and providing a guiding document for our administrators to use, and the initial feedback from our vice principals, for example, who are front and center in terms of disciplinary situations, both veteran and new, has been very, very favorable. So that'll be coming out to the board very, very soon. Data reporting and analysis. We're in the process of working directly with Steve. We've identified a menu of discipline data reports that our goal is that our sites would be able to click on the discipline menu and see what those reports are and print those reports up, because the data would be updated. If I say nightly, I'm going to look over at Steve, but routinely the data is updated. And this is a different practice than what typically has taken place. In the past, our site administrators were able to pull reports, but not to the degree. Typically, the way it would happen is we may have a site that would make a request. When we had SysWeb, we made it ourselves, and part of that was our ability to customize. So sites would contact tech services and say, hey, what we really would like would be, or they would contact Christine. And we then would generate data and create a data report for that individual school or for this individual department. What we are working toward is a standardized menu of data reports that we have, and it'll be critical for us, and I'll keep the board updated in terms of the development and availability of those to our sites, to the board, and to our department managers and leaders. Student leadership team, now that we have Matt on board with as our program specialist for educational equity, we're going to be pulling a group of students together that are going to be from across our district and be focusing on educational equity interests, programs, services, and things. So we're excited, and what we should have before the end of the year is the clarity around what that team is for, and hopefully we may even have students identified, and we'd be off and running for next year. Training, or I'm sorry, the anonymous reporting system, and Steve, what are we, what's? March 11th is the rollout date that we have, and so a group of us got together. March 11. And so we've already had conversations with our principals, and we've been having conversations regarding data management and things of that nature. And so we'll be ready to go in a few months, or actually a month and a half or so. Training, I just left it as a generic term. We're looking comprehensively at training needs. We've been conducting trainings, and so there's a group of us that includes folks from all the ed services departments, our schools, and even goes beyond that. It will involve David and his staff and human resources in terms of training needs and opportunities that we will have for new staff, existing staff, as it relates to culture and climate in our schools and a variety of things that are attached to what can result in disciplinary action that could be taken. PBIS program implementation, Don just went over that, and the thing that I would mention is there's a term that we have as we've been working. You've heard me reference input, output, and outcome data. And again, very quickly, that outcome data, those are the LCAP metrics, and the board receives that data annually. The inputs, that's if we're talking about FTE and money and things of that nature. It's material and human resources. That's what's going in. The outputs are, it's what we do. And so it's the activities that we engage in. So we're undertaking a process where we're analyzing programs, and program evaluation can be a real challenge. And that doesn't mean it's challenging so we're not going to do it. It's challenging if you want to do it right. And so we're targeted to have PBIS and EL and a couple of other key programs where we will have, and I'll be rolling out to the board in a few months, what these evaluations look like. And I realize you're in your head, it's like I get the gist of what it is, but I can't get my head around it. It literally means we will have data input for every single one of our schools. So if we're talking PBIS or we're talking our EL program, there will be a numeric value that then you can look and say, so how did you come up with that numeric value? Because our theory of action is that if those programs are of higher quality, we should be seeing higher levels of student achievement, reduced suspensions, reduced expulsions, and things of that nature. But it's a very systematic approach. And it's critical as it relates to the LCAP process itself, because if you're spending money, the LCAP, one of the questions is, how do you know it's working? The PARS group, we had a meeting, that's the extension, so just as a reminder to the board, that's the extension of the group that I had been working with for several months to develop the board policies and administrative regulations. We met, the large group met for the first time last Thursday. There were about 40 people in the room, community members, district and site administrators and staff, and our next meeting is in April, and we'll be continuing to look at and analyze data, as well as looking at what it is that we're doing, what's working, and anything that has emerged that we feel that we need to focus on. I referenced the new board policies and administrative regulations and updated administrative regs that we have in place. And we're in the process right now, because this will be coming to the board in February, is our low performing student block grant. And I'll talk more about that, but there's a direct correlation that what we will be doing in our recommendation to the board with these monies as it relates to social emotional learning, and I'll explain when we meet with the board next in terms of that, is how we made that determination, and that was based on a data analysis of those actual students that generated those funds. But it has a strong SEL connection to it, and we'll be taking, recommendation would be to bolster and augment the resources and supports that we have specific to social emotional learning. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Chet. Thanks for the report on things we're doing. I have a number of questions, and some of those questions have been kind of answered in some of the presentation material, like the calibrated discipline. But when we first had the report, it seems like a year ago, a lot of time has passed, I had asked a lot of questions, and those questions were not answered the first time. We had a workshop in which I had been looking forward to having them answered, and I wasn't able to do that because of the stuff I was doing, Susie and me, and here we are today. So I'm going to kind of ask the questions as from my perspective as I see the relevance. And I kind of put them in order a little bit. Now, the first one I said, my first question, and it's kind of was in your calibrated discipline team discussion. From the standpoint of making a positive difference in student behavior, because what these are a compilation of what's going on at each of the schools by category, which is good information from the standpoint of looking at what the occurrences are, but it doesn't provide to me a lot of information without having other information. You see, if you had at your school, you had 10 suspensions the year before, and you had 10 suspensions last year, and you have 2 this year, all that tells me is there's 8 less, but it doesn't tell me why. Did you just ignore the 8 behaviors? Do you want to look good on paper? Because numbers don't give you any information. And that was one of the questions I had asked when we first had this. Have we as a district identified principals who are working with their staffs in such a way as they're showing positive results? And have we as a district identified principals that perhaps don't do the job at the level it needs to be done, and or communicate a message of let's have fewer suspensions and our numbers will look good? Have we taken the time to identify school sites where we know, because of the quality of the intervention in terms of the identification of the factors that contribute to that behavior, and taken those positive actions and exported them to other schools? Have we done that? Or have we talked about doing that?
So we do that. And so here are some of the things that we do, because you made a really important point. So a couple of things. First of all, the data set that was provided. So there are all kinds of questions that would come as a result of the data that was provided. That's exactly why we're working on a much more detailed menu of data reports that can be provided. Nonetheless, suspension and expulsion is that's outcome data. So that's the end of something that occurred. So the question becomes, so what is the school doing to try and get out in front of that, right? It's all about antecedents to aberrant behavior. That's everything that you try and do in terms of disciplinary action, or examining practices as it relates to it. But a couple of things. Other crucial data that when we look at it and analyze it, So we look at it through education services, elementary and secondary, and then our directors are looking at it and working with our site administrators, and we're working on that directly with our vice principals. So it's a focus of our, that elementary and secondary has with our vice principals, is analyzing that data, having conversations about it, what is causing those numbers. But there's other data that's crucial to analyze in comparison. For example, the social emotional learning and culture climate data that we have on our campus. And so when we do our California Healthy Kids surveys, and on the off years we do our district level survey, it's crucial that what we do is we're analyzing comparisons of information. And the reason that what you said, and the reason I'm talking about this, or one of the reasons, is because the information just came out. So there was just an email that came out from Christine, and there's a BC that's coming to you Friday regarding staff responses to culture and climate. And so what we see, for example, is we will see staff who respond to our, and I'm going to get the wording of this wrong, but is our basically consequences to disciplinary situations clear and consistent. And overwhelmingly, the staff will say yes. And there's a significant gap between that and how students respond to that very same question. So it begs the question, so what is the difference? And it can be easy to say, well, of course kids are going to say it's not fair. But it's more than that. And so what we want to do, and this ties into your PBIS programs, because this is exactly, what we will see is we will see schools that will have increased clarity of and consistency of practice when their PBIS programs are dialed in, when their SEL and MTSS systems are all linked up, because if we only wait until suspension and expulsion, that's not going to tell you anything. So the short answer, Mr. Furcina, is yes, we do. We know where our principals, those principals that are having success and the ways that they are having success, and we work directly with whether it's principals or vice principals in terms of those that we feel may need development in that area. Yes, and I'm not saying that this is what the board has said. The issue of replicating practice is an interesting one, because oftentimes folks can say, and when I say this, I'm not necessarily saying you, it can be a logical thing to say is, well, look at if Donner Elementary is successful, do it in every school. Well, every school isn't Donner Elementary. And so the key is understanding clearly the principles behind a high quality program, and then implementing those principles to a high level in varied environments. That's what's key, and that's what we have to understand, is that what the administration and staff at Donner, what they're doing, if we try to do it, we're talking about doing that very same thing with different people in a different type of a school. Nope, but they still should have the same characteristics that we've identified, and our coaches are out in those schools. And the last comment that I would make is that it's also interesting because the sites will do a self-evaluation, for example, of their practice, and we go out. And we'll see variability. So if they say we're here and we're saying we're here, that provides you're here, we'll say, or vice versa, that provides a construct for conversation versus how's it going? And they say it's going pretty good. We go, looks good. And that's the level of the conversation. So the short answer is yes, we do.
Thanks, Mark. Again, I'm going to ask you another question. I understand the complexities of the question, okay? I'm not ignoring them. But in the context of what you look at and the information that you put out, and recognizing that kids are different and come from different backgrounds and have different issues, but looking at the data, and Chet has a whole file cabinet of it. He shared with us. He keeps this kind of stuff.
I do.
Do we have we sat down and said, you know, what we do doesn't work for black kids, Hispanic kids, foster kids, special ed kids. We got to do something different. Do we do that to take a look at that generic issue that because the numbers stay high in those groups as opposed to the other groups?
Well, clearly, if we continue to do what we're doing, so there's a couple sides of this, right? Because part of it could be...
A lot of sides.
There are, and part of it is, so yes. So when we, for example, apply our continuous improvement methodology and we examine gap and cause and so on and so forth, and that's where it can be. So are we needing cultural competency training, and are we looking at hidden bias and all those types of things? And the answer can be, yep, that can be good training. Then it can't be one-time training. So there has to be what's the follow-up and what's the expectation, so there's that. The other side of it is, because our numbers have dropped significantly, and I'm using the example of just last Thursday, so there were about 35 to 40 people in room 117, and I just divided them up into 4 tables and said, you got 45 minutes to an hour, and they got the data ahead of time. And I said, so what do you see? And in some cases, it's pretty obvious because they had the very same data set that you folks received, and they had the research brief, but they got pretty interested, and any principal in the room went right to their own numbers.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because they're digging into those. And so if you're a school that has 7 suspensions or whatever they may be, what wasn't indicated there, and we shared with them why, and we said in April there will be a richer data set, was, so what are those? And I was sharing, I said, not all of them are what I'm going to share with you, but 48,900K, we don't do that the way that used to be done. So many of these, it's fighting, it's specific things that don't give you much opportunity other than, okay, well, this is what occurred. I don't have a great deal of leeway. Then it's what's causing the fight and what is creating this. And it was interesting to hear our community members, because when they were seeing and understanding this small number, and this is what it's for, it's, well, we got to get in those schools and get those kids to stop fighting. So I'm not saying that this is a kid problem, but we are becoming it's much clearer to us what's happening and how are we getting our hands around the situations of so much of communication that goes on, it's outside of school, it comes into school, and now we're dealing with conflict and things of that nature, and this is what we're trying to resolve. And so I'm not ignoring that there has been, I've used the term persistent and pernicious gap. I'm not ignoring it. So clearly there is something, because either our, for example, either our African-American kids, they fight more than anybody else, or it's, no, are we ignoring white students who are fighting and not suspending them, or what is the issue? But there's been a persistent and pernicious gap, and not just in relation to discipline, but if your students, if you're a DF student, you're going to be inclined to be less engaged in school than you are, and all those factors play into what it is that we're trying to do. And so, yeah, we have not been as successful as we should be with those groups that are disproportionate. And I know what I'm going to hear from our board president, which is going to be, I've heard this for years. But I would say this, and that is, overall what's happening is we're trying to accelerate without holding anybody else back, but everybody is getting better if you look at our overall numbers.
Right.
So everyone is improving, but we've got groups of students who have been lagging behind and aren't moving as fast as the others. But I would say that specific to this, we have seen, we've got work to do, but we have overall seen improvements.
Yeah. And you know, like you say, this has been persistent and ongoing. The person who would be skilled enough to narrow it down and write about it, become a real rich person, and then the problem is fixed everywhere. But you know, you said something with respect to black kids, and it's you know, been around for a long time, and it's not an either or, but you can look at it either the problem is inherent within the group, or the problem is inherent within the group that works with them. And there's stuff in between. Either people have less patience, less understanding, intrinsic bias, whatever. Therefore, they're more prone to do one thing versus the other, and or the kids have more problems than others and then they bring them to school. Excuse me. I mean, I can remember, you know, I've worked with so many kids, and I know you do this, it's important to get to the root cause. A child that is unwilling to follow teacher direction, tells them they don't have to listen to what they say, takes a desk and throw it at them. Those are the outward displays of what's inside, and you got to get at the what's inside, or nothing's going to ever change with the kid, right? And that's where we develop the action plans and bring counselors or whatever. And at some point in time, like you say, some things are cut and dry. You had a fight, you're out of here. You were selling drugs, you're out of here. But other things, we have leeway, and they're dealt with in different schools, like, and it becomes a money thing. You know, one of our elementary schools has a room managed by a behavior management specialist, and kids who are acting out can go there and calm down and talk about what they're doing, and then they go back to their classroom. Now what have you done? You've averted the suspension, and you've given an opportunity for the student to talk to somebody about what they're dealing with. Now the school does it with Title I funds, and all schools don't have Title I funds and or use them that way. But that's where, you know, is when I was asking before, do we take examples that are successful, and that particular example doesn't have anything to do with this necessarily with a specific behavior. You can get a really violent kid, but that's an example that maybe could be shared, and maybe it has, with all principals who have Title I schools that have extra money. You know, this appears to be an effective strategy, and, you know, I mean, you could either tell them they got to do it, or you could certainly, or suggest that they got to do it. But that's where I'm, you know, when I was, you know, just asking, you know, do we make the effort to identify successful strategies with kids who are constantly in trouble, or kids who have a like behavior, and intervene in such a way as that you have an option? And that's you know, why I was asking that.
So here's the one, just a time check.
Yeah.
So I give my people no break, so just know that at 3:30 we're doing interviews for our LSS director. So I thought, just because we had a 2:30 stop time, I was going to give them a few minutes to take a breath, but they're not going to get that. I just want to give you a heads up. We do have interviews set at 3:30, so we can continue the conversation, but then we can also bring this back for another piece if necessary. So I just want to give that heads up.
I'll hold the rest of my questions. I'll go beat up Mark in his office.
I actually don't have any questions. Very much appreciate the report and the discussion that's taken place. So thanks for the work implementing all of the many discussions we've had here about changing the way we do business to serve kids better.
And the venue by which we will keep the board updated, obviously, you can call me and meet me anytime. You tell me what you want, or obviously or through whatever Chris has me do. The other will be, because we were just talking about it in cabinet, is the race and equity agenda item that what we will soon be in a position to do is the equity strategic plan in the next within the next month will be actionable. There's already work being done, but it'll be very clearly delineated in terms of the specific tasks as they're related to the, I'm looking at Sue, is it 5 or 6? I can never remember. Foundation? 6. The 6 foundation elements, so we'll be rolling those through, and there's a direct connection that this has. So we'll be making sure that it's, the board is routinely kept updated, as is the public.
Thank you.
I'm going to be short. The PBI levels of fidelity, I think I share Carmine's frustration, as I've often said. We do have these silos of excellence, and I really took to heart what you said, what works somewhere will not work somewhere else. But how do we store them in a pantry, just as we were talking about our new educational specifications of having a resource to go to for a principal to go, I've got this problem, and what can I do with it? And how are we capturing that information so we can group similar schools or similar challenges and bringing those people together. And I would imagine it's through a PLC process, it's through something, but I just think that that has to, we can't all be fighting the battle on our own. The only way to change the lives for these children is together. So
Later this spring, you will see exactly how we're going to be in a much more detailed way. Later this spring or this summer, prior to next year, you'll see specifically how we're doing this.
okay. And then I think there's an interesting lens to look at. We take children in elementary school, and we're working very hard and having good results. I think an educationally engaged child is less likely to be a disciplined child. And so how are we doing a better job from the start with those children? And so I think you get kids caught in this gap, but I am excited that we are trying to take away our make educational equity. I think will bring better discipline in the world, in our children's worlds, and then make elementary to middle to high school. These elementary kids are the same kids that go to middle school that went to high school, and so where is it falling apart, and what can we do at the prior school to help them have success at that school? Do we know these kids fall apart because of this pressure or this thing, and just maybe take a lens of tracking these schools started high, tracking those regions together, because we do have very natural groups. So I don't need any answers. Those are just my thoughts.
Thank you, ma'am.
30-second comment here. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that you recognize there are gaps, because I think that's critical to that self-assessment and improvement. I also believe that once Arbinger is fully implemented within, through the whole culture and all of the district, some of those gaps will be addressed within that. So, but we always hear from the community coming back, great programs not working for my kids, bullying, racism, fighting, and things like that. So I'm having sort of a proactive approach, having policies, and having a reactive PBIS, how we're going to deal with these kids. And that's where that implicit bias is critical. And then last, the student leadership. I want to see it very inclusive, not just the high-performing kids, because they're not going to be the best spokespersons for some of these issues.
That's exactly what it will be.
Thank you.
Okay, I think this is this is probably a subject we probably have to come back with another workshop. It's to a really deep dive into it, because there's a lot that goes into it. My frustration has been for a long time. I mean, right now we have LCAP that we could direct towards schools that are in need for a lot of different reasons. Is that correct? We look at it, and as Mr. Fortuna indicated, we look at our African American kids or even the Hispanics, and all the data we said here, and I got tons of it too, it shows where the problem is. But it seems like we can never tap into that problem. PBS has been around a while now, what, 7, 8 years now?
Mm-hmm.
We've been in it. We kind of went into the toilet the last 3 years with our suspension jacking back up. Now it's coming back down again. It's been kind of up and down a little bit. And I had some data sent to me that was just appalling to me. And when I look at James Rutter Middle School, this was 17-18, in the 8th grade, 60 African American students, 53 were suspended. I try to put my head around that. What was the cause of that? I don't know what the incidents were. There's a lot goes into it. Years ago, I went to a character education seminar, which I thought was just fantastic. It was with Charles Mack Elementary School, and how character education was in the curriculum part of it to help students understand. There are students out there that don't even understand the meaning of respect, the definition. You understand what I'm saying? They just, look, and if it's not in the curriculum, the social curriculum part of it, where every day that climate, where that kid matriculates on into a higher educational learning, but he or she got it at the lower level. Where I look at the elementary schools, I can go through the data in there. It's just appalling. When I looked at the 4th, 5th, 6th, and grade, African American suspension was just appalling. And I get frustrated, where's the plan for that, or what's going on in our schools? What are the reasons, the incidents? I can go on, and I know we got a time issue right now, but I can talk to it about till the cows come home tonight, and I haven't heard anything to address some of those. For me, the character education part of it, and that's been around a long time too, because I know it's been very successful in a lot of different districts around in our country. But it's something that if we get to the root cause of some of these kids, the anger, and you're right, a lot of different ethnicities fight more a little bit, and there's a reason behind it, the aggravation, the home life, it goes on. And I'm not saying we're going to cure everything, but it's something that I'd like to see where our dollars are, where our programs are, because the schools that are out there that's pulling us down is evident. But it just doesn't seem like we've got something for everybody, but we're really not honing in on the root cause of some of these problems. And we've got plenty of data, because I have it here, but I don't know all the incidents of what happened and the reason why they were suspended.
So a couple things there. Just to, when you see we just had this conversation as well, the low-performing student block grant. One of the pieces you're going to see there is an attempt to get SEL services to our lowest grades, with the idea of can we make impacts early with kids. And so it's a multifaceted challenge, and I said overall numbers have dropped.
Yes.
And so there are things that are currently working, not fast enough, not deep enough, and not across. They're not eliminating the gaps where we need, but we do know the earlier we intervene, the better. And so part of what you're going to see in the low-performing student block grant, and why it's there, is because it's going to be some of the work that we're going to do is going to be directly tied to trying to do something else within that arena that I think we're hoping to make even more inroads. So we're going to continue doing it.
All right, I just think that at the elementary school level, we have just a wonderful opportunity. We're not going to save everybody, but I can just rest assured our percentages will go down if these kids are addressed at an early age. They matriculate in the middle school, which is a challenging period of all kids' lives in that area, but more so in some of your subgroups. And when I look at the 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, and you look at the suspension ratio, I mean, the principals, I'd just like to ask some of them in some of these schools that I have earmarked, do you know these kids? What are the problems? What do they do? You know, and that type of thing.
And just a couple of quick comments. Just to make sure that, given the fact that this is recorded and people can watch, I don't want anybody to think that I made a statement that I think that our African American kids are fighting more than others. My point was, or inclined to fight more than others. My point is it a fact that certain subgroups are fighting more than others? And I don't have any data specific to that, or is it, to Mr. Forcina's point, is what we're doing not working? It's a combination. It's not that what we're doing isn't working, it's not working well enough. It's a combination of a variety of things. However, if I had all the answers, I'd give you the answers and everything would be fixed. But the key to this is understanding, because with all due respect, you've looked at data and a lot of it for years. The data that you're looking at isn't the data set. What you'd need to do with a given school, and any one of our principals, you could sit down, and if you wanted to go sit down with them, you could sit down with them and our PBIS coach and and the MHT who's part of that, the director who's part of that, our EL coordinator or director of EL or the program specialist, to sit down and look at and analyze the school. Because I'll give you a quick example. Lisa Lavasser, who oversees our family and community engagement, the Office of Family and Community Engagement, was in yesterday, because all these programs run through Cabinet, because we look at them through an evaluative lens through LCAP. So 888 home visitations. So 888, we're heading toward 1,000 different homes that have been visited by the program. So the question can be, Sounds great. Do we know that it's working? And so she's worked with research and evaluation, and we actually do have data that points out that those kids that are in those homes that have been visited, it's not saying it's a one-to-one causation, but there's a relationship because they're showing higher rates of attendance and they're showing higher CASP scores than kids in those same schools that aren't. So that's what we're beginning to dig into, is our ability to evaluate the effectiveness of programs. And when we blanket and make a blanket coverage over everything, it can be very frustrating, but we do have the increased ability, and you're going to see, as I indicated, our ability to evaluate output, the programs, by individual school, that will be able to have those conversations and really tell a detailed story school by school.
And that's a fundamental shift that's happened within the research and evaluation department. They don't produce reports anymore. They don't just produce numbers anymore. It's an analysis of the work, and it's program analysis. And so the work that's being done is just fundamentally different than what's been done in the past. And we're able now to actually figure out which programs are, again, one-to-one ratio relation when you talk about educating kids, probably impossible. So it's not that. But the correlations about the quality of programs and outcomes for kids, we are showing that within specific programs and specific strategies. And we were not able to do that in the past. So this is fundamentally different than how we've done data analysis than what we did in the past. Fundamentally different.
Right, and I do know if we improve upon the suspensions in a positive way, it's going to reflect in the curriculum in terms of our CAS scores. Because when kids aren't in school, and it's just going to compound our problems with our scores too. Even though we're a good district, we do a lot of good things, but I think at times we missed the boat on some of our most challenging schools where one size doesn't fit all, as Ms. Fortuna said. We have to be outside a little bit on what we're going to do and how we're going to tackle those problems. And you folks have the data, we get it too, and you know the schools that are being challenged out there, and we got to find out why.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to adjourn the meeting if there's no further.